Good morning, everybody. Can anybody hear me? I know you can't see me, but I want to see if you can hear me. Hear me, see me, feel me. How are we all doing today? Should be set up in another few minutes. I have right now BTTX on the board just because I was watching it, but I haven't made one trade today. How about you? Anybody make a trade today? I know there's only about 5 of you in here. Can anybody let me know if you can hear me? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Come on. You can't see me yet, but you can hear me, right? You can hear me. Okay, let's see. All right, let's see if we can pull that hair back a little bit. Hello. All right, here we are. Back in the saddle. Another day. And now you can see. Somebody said I don't make me big enough. They want to see me bigger. How's that? That's actually pretty good right there. How's that? Now you can see me. Oh man, look at my life. 24 and there's so much more. Live alone in a paradise that makes me think of two. There was a day I could play and I could sing. We're going to start about 12 o'clock. So I'm just here for a few minutes. I wanted to go over some stuff today I've been putting together that I'm learning. And what did I do with it? I'm going to print this off for myself, for you guys. Okay, it's about options. So there's some good stuff that I'm going to go over because I'm learning a lot of stuff that I'm going to be utilizing in the next few weeks. And what I learn and I'm successful at, I'm going to pass on to you guys. So right now you gotta hold on 1 second because I gotta find my Word document here and I gotta print this. So I gotta make a new one. That's gonna be called my options folder. Come on. Okay. Put that in there. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna read off some of this to you guys today, and let's just save that. Put it in my desktop and call it options. Let's call it options. Studies. I like that. Option studies. Save it. Okay. Now I'm going to try to print it. Print, brothers. Is that the right one? That's not the right printer. Okay. I don't know if I can print to the other one from here. That's not good. That's not good. That printer's not attached. Okay, laser. Oh, here it is. Let's see. Let's see if I can print to the other one. That would be nice. Hold on. Hold on. I don't know if it's going to work. This printer, it requires retention, diagnose and fixed. Let's see if I can fix it. If not, I'm going to just take the file and send it to myself on my other computer, and then I'll print it up. Wow, look at BTTX going. I haven't traded today. Okay, sign up a new printer. Oh, come on. I don't want to sign in. Searching while the printers display. Let's see. I think I'm going to have to print this from the other one. Okay. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to have to do. Let's close this. Oh, wait. Offline. Let's see. Select a different printer. It's not offline. I want it online. It's not going to do it. Okay. Again, I'll do that another time. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to send the file to myself, and then I can look at it in the other computer. I know how to get over on the system, if you know what I'm talking about. So what you do when you can't print off one computer, but you know it's set up on your other, is you save it as a file, and then you go into your emails, compose an email, and what you're going to do is send it to yourself. A to Z Marketing. Could just put it in there as a draft too. A to Z Marketing. We're going to call it options folder. Okay, and I'm going to go get the attachment. And where are we? Desktop. That should be the first one. There it is. Option studies. It's in. I sent it. Now I can get out of this email. Oh, I got email. Okay, let's get out of this one and give me a second. I'm going to go into this computer now. Where is it? Where is it? Inbox. Oh, it's already open. That's good. Okay, and we got it. Good deal. Good deal. Come on, open up. There we go. Okay, add to my drive. How do I? Let's try something else. Let's make it a little smaller. Get that down, and just see if we can move it over. Will it go? Will it go? No, I can't do it that way. Let's see. I don't want to archive it. No. Undo that. Okay. Okay, hold on. How do I save this to? This doesn't want to let me. I can open it. I can't copy it. Why is it open with Google Docs? There you go. Okay, maybe this will work. I can't believe this. It's blank. There it goes. Got it. Okay. File. Save as. Where is it? Save as. Share. Share with others. Save as a Google Docs. Open. Oh, that's not good. There we go. This should work. I just want to save it. Won't let me print it. There it goes. Oh, if it opens as a Word document, I'm good. And then I'm going to come back to doing what we're doing. Come on, open. There we go. There we go. I got it. Enable editing. Excellent. And I need to save this. Boy, all the hoops I have to jump through just to do this. Browse, place. Come on. It's a good thing I know my way around a computer. It's the one thing I'm really good at. Okay, and that is it. So I'm going to close this one. I'm going to close that one, and get out of my mail. Perfect. Close that up. All right, and now I can go into here, and I should be able to print this up. How many pages? 1, 2, doesn't matter. Got a laser printer. Print. Why is it telling? Oh, I know. I'm sorry. I got to leave you guys for 1 second. I know where I screwed up. I could have done on the other one. Okay, hopefully we're back. Let me close that up. Let's see if you guys can see me and hear me. Okay, can you all see me? If you can you let me know that you can hear me right now? Because I had to take that apart and then put it back together. Okay, what happened was I have the microphone connected into this computer, but it's the same place that I connect my USB for my printer, which is wireless but doesn't always work wireless. So what happened was I did try to the other computer and it didn't work because the whole system was offline. But now I got 2 copies of this, so somebody will get a free copy of everything I did. And what I do is when trading is a little slow, I look for things that I can learn to make me a better trader in different areas of my life. And I've come up with about, you can see, I put this pamphlet together and it's 3 pages long of things that I copied and pasted on options, because I know a lot of people are interested in learning about options and option trading. And why would you want to learn options? Because with options, you have a certain leverage that you don't have when you have a small account, yet you do have a margin account, but you don't have the money to trade certain stocks. Excuse me. So the good thing is, with options, when you learn how to utilize them, okay. And by the way, if anybody sees a stock that's running or something's really going on, please post it on the board so I can switch over and look at it. All right. Because I am on there. I have everything set up. Watch list. I can make the actual chart larger if I have to, if you don't want to see the watch list. A lot of you know that I set up my watch list a little differently than other people. I set it up from high percentage. Let me open this up a little. There you go. And you got the volume. And I am able to, that's your RSI, and what's shortable and what's not. Okay. And you know, I can just go up and down. I'm waiting for EDBL, which is not opened yet. That's a new IPO for today. Looking down the stocks, I know that BTX was running, CYN, CPT, nothing really. You know, if we look through some of the stocks that I was looking at this morning, HMY, I did not trade anything. I missed out on a few good trades, but I didn't want to chase. I did that. When I do that, I seem to lose. Yesterday, I had a positive day. I made $250. I actually did well in what stock was that? BKI. I actually did about a 18-second trade, which landed me $456. So that was a nice trade. I was down about 200 and change. I also won on Uber, so I actually came out $250 ahead for the day, which I needed because I had a bad day the day before. This is something you got to be real careful about. I went to short a stock the other day perfectly on an earnings. It went all the ways up to where I wanted it. The stock was let me see because I had a VXDWV AMD. Okay, I timed it perfectly. I went and I hit the button. I messed up. Instead of hitting the sell button, I hit the buy button, and it dropped $2, and I lost $1,064 in 4 seconds. I couldn't even get out. Okay, so if I had hit the right button, I would have made $1,000, and I knew when to do it. And you know, your mind's always, most of the time, most of us go long more than we go short, and it's a good lesson right there how to be really careful, because one click in 1 second could cost you, for some of you, your whole account. Luckily for me, I was up more than that for the week, so it hurt because I also had lost that day, and I lost about $1,500. And I was up a lot more than that for the week, but the point is, we don't want to sit here and work smart and work hard and then have it taken away from us, especially when we know what we're doing. And I knew what I was doing, and I hit the right stock, and I hit the wrong button. It was just totally, I looked over and I hit the button, and I was at my head, I leave my finger, you know, at the right place, but it was moved over and it was at the wrong place. So unfortunately, I lost that one. And you know what? I didn't get crazy. I didn't beat myself up. And then the next day I was a lot more careful because I really wanted to win, to start bringing back some of those losses, and it happens. You have to move on. You have to be able to be a good loser in order for you to be a good winner. And I didn't make that up. That is actually something that Warren Buffett had said. And that's another thing. I actually started to make a list of some of the things that Warren Buffett says. And if I can find it later, I'll read off some of those. But he's really good. I was reading the Hathaway Berkshire had a meeting last week. Some of you who know, that's probably the most expensive, or it is the most expensive stock out there. They also have a Class B stock, and one of the traders in the room said they were at the meeting, meaning they holding a Class B stock, which is probably about $2,000-$3,000 a share instead of $50,000 or whatever they cost. And she went to the meeting, and there's always a lot of good things you can get out of meetings like that. But you don't have to go to those meetings. You can go online to Hathaway Berkshire and say, look for the meetings, and you'll get all the things that let's say Warren Buffett and many other people like himself had to say over days about traders and things that we do. Look at this BTTX, just hit 299, just hit another high of the day. And right now we know that that's the resistance point. It's tried before, and there's going to be a lot of resistance here. But if it does get over this point, then you will see a lot of volume come in. That particular one, there's a little over 250,000 shares. The one before was 630. So right now that's about 630 in and 300,000 out. So that's a pullback before the push again. So this stock is going to try again, I'm sure. It's not just going to quit right now. But I don't know that there's any reason. There was no, it's mid-morning updates. I'm looking at Benzinga. If you have Thinkorswim, you can look at the Benzinga. I leave it open, like you can see right here. I'm looking at another computer, so I don't have to look up. But right there, you can see mid-morning updates. There's no real mail, There's no real news. Oh, I screwed that up. Okay, if I hit this, it'll come out. Okay, so you can see there's no real news here. All right, for that stock, there was some news on the 3rd and possibly the 2nd. Better Therapeutics short interest, but other than that, there's really nothing on it. BTTX is Is that the mining? I'm not even sure. BTTX has something to do with crypto and mining, something like that. I know a lot of the mining companies mining it's Better Therapeutics. Nope, forget that. It's the health stock. Okay, there it is. It's over $3. Anybody want to take a swing at this? Anybody in it? Anybody here? Does anybody really know what time it is? Look at this thing. It's starting to move. It's almost tempting to take a shot. Do I have it on my list? Yeah, it's right here. Okay, let's see. BTTX 305. I hate to chase stocks, but this stock could move. It's 1 million shares. Let's see if it gets a little pullback before the rush. I don't see it happening. Let's see. I don't see it. Don't see it. Come on. This might be the pullback right here. Right here. That's weird. Okay. I got in and it's dropping a little. It's right there on 306. Let's just see if I can make a few cents, a few dollars. Just to say I did a trade today, I'm not going to stay in long. I just want to say I made something. All right, I made $7.50. I could stay in. I really should have gone in before, but I don't like to chase breakouts. And I know the stock is probably going to go. But it's that simple. I mean, you can get it. I got to tell you, I just hit the button and nothing happened. And it took almost 12 seconds before it bought me in. But it did buy me in at where it was, at the 306 when I went to grab it. It did hit that number, even though it took almost 12 seconds. This is what I had a big fight with TOS one day. I spoke to Ameritrade. I spoke to them on the phone, and it cost me $100. It didn't go off for about 20 seconds. It didn't go off, so I canceled it. And about 20 seconds more it went off, and they said, well, we see it the minute you do it, and that's when you bought it. I go, listen, if it doesn't ring, go cha-ching, it's not working. And I lost because by the time it went in there, the stock dropped. So this is ridiculous. And I fought with them for almost an hour, and I said, listen, I've been with you guys for 4 years. I've done over $26 million in trades last year, making you guys money. And when I sit here and fight you for $100, when the stock I just showed you, I could have got in and just made $2,000 real quick, and I'm fighting you for $100 for principal. So who's the dummy here? So I said, either give me the money, or I'm telling you right now, I'm gone, and I'm taking all the people I know that I teach how to use Thinkorswim on a daily basis through a live stream. I'm taking them with me. So they finally backed down, and they said I was right. They were wrong. I proved it to them, and they gave me the $100 the next day. It was just the principle of the matter. I said to them, are you calling me a liar? Are you calling me a liar? Would I lie to you? I love that song. Would I lie to you? Would I say something that wasn't true? I lost my voice. I used to sing. I sang in the opera. No, I didn't. My mother did. My mother was beautiful. How she put out such an ugly kid, I'll never know. Anyway, okay. How we doing here? I'm up $7.50 for the day. I'm feeling good. I wasn't going to trade today. I just wanted to show you how easy it is to get in and get out on a scalp, I could have made a lot more money. I only went in with 500 shares, but it is what it is. So here we are today. Anybody looking at any other stocks? I wish you guys would write a little bit more on the board, you know, like I hear you, you're loud and clear, you're clear today. You know what? I forgot to turn that fan down. You might be able to hear it. Hold on. 1 second. All right, does that sound better? I put the air down in another spot. I got a really good fan that also sucks the air and filters it from my cat. She's so hairy, and it takes all the dust and the dander from it. And I have to clean this filter off like once a week, but it's worth it. They're very expensive filter type air systems, but anyway. Okay, so here we are. I'm watching the stock still. You got a pullback here at about 303. There it goes back down to the 13-day. If you look, it just touched the 13 EMA. I'm thinking about making some changes. I've been reading up about stock trading and different things, and I was taught from the beginning using the 50 and the 200, but it's not that we use it that much. And on these particular charts, unless I go to a daily chart and I change it up right now, like I go, see, this is my 50 right there on the red, and that's my 200, which says 269. Now the real 200. Okay, I have to open it up and bring it to the daily on the 200 to see that the 200 is at $6.33. Now we're nowhere near that, but the 50 is down at about $2 and what is it? I can't even say it. 223, 225. We're already past that according on the 1 minute chart. So you can see, if I look at, and I'm looking on a different computer right now, if I go to charts.com, stockcharts.com, and I put in BTTX, and I look at it on the daily, it'll tell me that RSI is 70. Okay, so now if I go look at BTX, there it is. It says right there, 70, so I know that's correct. And it says that the 200 is 638, what I just told you guys. 638, and we're not near that, so we're not going to go there. And the 50 is 216. EMA is at 175. So you can see that right now, if traders were trying to get to a certain point, it's not going to be either of those two at this point, okay? And right now, you can see this is the upper VWAP band. Now you can see how the stock came below it, and then each time it went over it slightly, and it came back down. There's your lower VWAP when stocks are going the other direction. So when a stock goes really low, you know you can take it back up. When stocks go high, you know that was a great place right there, slightly above the upper VWAP plot, where you could short the stock if it was shortable. It's not shortable for me in Thinkorswim, and I don't have my TZ account open right now. It's open, I just don't have it open on board. So there's a good possibility you could short it there. All right. And let me just see. I would lower the level 2, but I need to be able to see these two things, which is your, this is your limit orders only, which you could do right here. Buy the ask, sell the bid. Okay, that's your sell the bid as your limit order here to sell it or to short it, or buy the ask, which is the same as this here. Okay, and these are market orders. So those are the only two I really use. And if you were in a stock and it didn't work out, you could cancel it or reverse it. All right, but right now, this is the stock that I think everybody's watching. I haven't checked the scanner. All right, so let me, for 1 second, let me go back in here, and I want to open up my scanner. So from time to time, I don't think I laid it out there. Let me just see real quick. No, I did not. Did not. Is that the scanner? Wait a second. No, that's because I'm looking at it here. Okay, so I'm going to detach it for a second. Let's see. Detach it. Okay, perfect. And I'm going to put it in here, and it didn't go. Let's see, try it again. Okay, right there, and let's put it that way. Okay, so right now I'm going to populate it. You'll be able to see it within a second or so. There you go. And let me come back to the board so I can see you guys. And here's the scanner. Okay, it's on 70 cents up to $125. It says from 50,000. I raised it earlier because there were a lot of stocks. I'm going to lower it to 40. And these are at 5. I'm going to put them down to 4.5% because it's lunchtime and it gets a little quieter. I want to see if it'll populate more stocks. And you can see it's very quiet. Even with 200, I can put it down to 50. That's not going to do much. Let's go down to 4%. Okay. See, when it gets too high and there's too many stocks, you put it up because you're going to get what you need from the top. And now you can see still there isn't that many things happening right now. And it's from highest to lowest. And BTX, the stock that we're watching, is number one. The next one is a penny stock, which is KRBP, which I haven't been watching. I'm going to take the KR. I don't think I have it in here. I don't. I'm going to put it in my watch list. So that's K. What is that? K. What happened to it? KRBP. P. Enter. So it should now be on my watch list, which I'll show you in a second. And then we have below that, we have CYN, which is in my list. I don't know what that one is. Too many letters. REAX. Oh, it's a holdings, that's why. REAX hasn't really moved much. Whatever it is, it's not anything really happening. This here happened a little earlier. UG is probably Credit Suisse, Nassau. I've actually traded some of the Credit Suisse accounts before. Not this one. There are many others. And they're from different places. So really, and CETXP, which is below, so it means it probably had dropped. Which right now it's at the last. No, it's actually up a little, but it opened at 179. But it's pennies, so I don't play with it. So you can see, and if I just want to change this up for a second and go, let's see, in 2 minutes, so I can watch in the last 2 minutes and the last hour, and not really much happening. GovX, another penny stock. I could raise this up here to 250. All right, so I can raise that to 250. This is how it's called. I call tweaking it out. Open this up a little more, and let's go back to the 5 minutes. So it'll show us everything in the last 5 minutes, now up to 250. And as you can see, there's not many stocks, even between 125 and 250, that are on the board. So with that, I'm just going to go back now and watch this stock here. Everything is in here, lined up, ready for me. Okay. I hate when that happens. Oh, come on. I got to open this a little more. Come on. You can do it. Let me try it this way. I'm going to bust it up. I have another monitor that I'm going to switch out. I'm going to try putting this whole setup next week for the other side, for a different monitor that works better, and it gives me the whole pattern on one thing, and it'll be much easier for everybody to see. So I'm going to see if I can work it out to the other computer. I just have to figure out how to put the microphone, if I can attach it to the other computer. So I figured I'd do that on the weekend. So next week we should have a better showing, and what I'm looking at down here, instead of having to look up, I can see it right here, and I'm going to move it over, and I'll use that for something else. The other monitor, because I have now, I don't know if some of you have seen it. Let me just see something. Wrong one. What my setup looks like now with a 4 monitor setup. 4th monitor. Okay, but it's not open. There was one with the 4th and it was open. Triangles. Well, I'll show you again just for the heck of it. I am making it shrimp. Oh, that sounds so good. I'm coming over. Changes. I'm coming. I'm hungry. Nobody feeds me. I'm actually on a diet. I'm fighting, trying to lose another 5 pounds. I'm down 4. Okay, so let me see. If I look at the desktop and I look at, it says images, 4 monitor. It's off right now, but the 4th monitor is what I have to look at and have to attach it. So you can see right now, let's see, there it is. So if you open that up, you can pretty much see the setup that I use. That's exactly the way I see it when I'm not doing the live streaming like now. Now when I'm doing live streaming, what you see on the left monitor has to be put on the top monitor. So I'm going to have to switch that. So that monitor on the bottom is a better graphic monitor, and it will allow me to show it to you better, and you'll be able to see it better. So that's the deal. Okay, so right now, what are we looking at? We're still with BTTX. I'm up a whole whopping $7.50. Glad I pulled out, because you can see I had to get in fast. And that's why sometimes you don't want to sit in too long. You don't know. And it did go up a little higher. I could have held, but 310, I got in. It didn't do what I wanted it to do. I thought it might jump a little higher, but it didn't. It obviously didn't have the volume. And you have to wait. You cannot bet on breakouts. If you do, more times than none, you will lose. And when I say breakouts, I'm talking about when this thing was right here trying to get up over that $3 mark. If you bet on it happening, what's going on here? Why did I lose, you guys? Uh-oh. Why did I lose? Okay, there it is. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. When you look at this, okay, and you bet on this, a lot of times it wouldn't even got to the 310. But once it gets over a little, I wait till it goes up to about not 302, 303. I want to see 308, 309, a pullback, and then go for it. And that's where, let's see, right here was 299. So I had to be in here. So all within here, it did go above the 306. It came down, it went back up a little, and that's when it started to come down. So I got in and out because I saw that it wasn't happening. It was about to boom and drop on me, and that's exactly what it did. So unfortunately, it is lunchtime. It is a slow day. A lot of people are very hesitant right now about what they want to do or how they want to do it. So I just need to do something real quick. Somebody sent me something, and I want to lose it. So what I do is I go in when they send me private text. Boy, this is a long one. I'm gonna keep everything we ever spoke about from day one, and then I can close it. And then I'm gonna open up. I open up another Word document, and I put it in there. Let's see, and then I can save it. Save as, and then later on I can see what I missed, because truthfully, a lot of times when I'm busy doing things, I just can't. I don't have the time. I can't see it all, and I miss things. So it gives me an opportunity to go back and read through it, and then I can trash it. Okay, anybody here have any interest? It says things set up, yet deck and you all are on my left, and I only have 3 screens. One big monitor that's set up, yet deck and you all on my left, and I only have 3 screens. The monitor to the left and 20. Can't set up my 75-inch. That's too much. That's overkill for me. Okay, there it is. Trying again. Would you want to take a shot on BTX right now? I don't know. You know, my scalper says right here that it's going to go up, but it didn't tell me till here. I wouldn't have wanted to get in until about here, which is about 292. The problem is that the volume right now, let's make this bigger and get rid of the watch list. Okay, and let's drop this down. I won't be able to use the limit orders, which I'm not using from here anyway, and it makes everything. Oh yeah, I can. It changed it. That's good. Okay, so right now I can see that the volume is 160. You see above 174. This one is 345. It's 135. I assume that there's somebody here that's actually controlling between 500,000 shares and 1 million shares. So they can, if you're not careful, they can take your money. So if you go in with 500 shares, that's still a quick $500, okay? And if you go in with 500 and somebody else goes in because they think it's going to go up now, then they can drop it. And if you don't have, if you have a stop loss, then they can stop you out. They can drop it real quick and bring it back so quick that it'll stop you out and you lost your money. And I don't want to lose my money. So that's why on trades like this, I have to go and I have to say to myself, okay, let's see where this stock is. What is the support? What is the resistance? So right now I can see right here, okay, 311 is my high of the day. Right there, about $3 is my resistance, okay, and my support is down to the VWAP, probably around $2.70, okay, from there to here. So I have to be careful, because anywhere's in between here, if I get in at $3 expecting a breakout and they drop it 20 cents, it might put me out, and I might get scared at the point that I think it's going to drop even lower. And if they're controlling that many shares, they can bring it a little lower, trying to push you out. You know, they're not nice people. You know, and we're like minnows in a shark tank that are trying to take the ride with the shark, but we don't want to get stuck when the shark turns around on a dime. I don't want to get stopped out holding the bag, and you don't either. Okay, so right now, and if I look at this, I could go from my high point here. Gives me an idea of what the stock could do later. All right, so I go here, right to there. And then I was a little too high, but that's okay. I can take 2 low points, which would be from here to over here. Okay? So you can see right now we're in, what do you call that? Not a chamber, but I forget what it's called.
we're in this column right now, and we are moving up. So we have created from here to here, we have created a higher low, and then from here to here, we've created a higher low. All right, and that's what we're looking for to see if the stock is going to run. Now, when we look at the stock, and if I go into BTTX up there, I can see that on a 52-week, this stock has gone from 91 cents to $29. So this stock has the capabilities of making a move. Now, also, this stock has an average volume of 2.3 million shares, okay? Now, that's not a bad amount of shares for an average on this stock, but it's got 74 million today. And if we went into FinViz, some of you keep it open like I do, and you can see that BTTX is the #1 stock in FinViz with CYN2, which I don't believe anything's really happening right now. And I don't have any shorts. I don't know if any of you have Trade Zero or Trade Station, where you can actually gotten some shorts, because this is a stock you can play both ways. And right now it seems like it's losing out. It's losing some momentum, and it's coming down during lunchtime. So we don't know what's going to happen with it. So I'm not going to fool with it. It would have been a great short from 310. You all agree on that? All right. Because I have Trade Zero and ET account now as well. A new monitor is more money. I have a huge TV off the living room. Okay, so yeah, and some of these big TVs have very high definitions, which is good. And you can take it and put it above, and you can split it into 3. You can, I don't like to sit there and look up all day, So, and that's what a lot of people do. They have their big ones up on top. So they're good for TVs. If you have, I think the most perfect size, truthfully, which is not overkill, is between 27 and 32s in two, what they call they're Curvex. They curve. And so I like my desktop, I like my laptop in the middle. It's a 17-inch, and I'd like to have 2 Curvexes there. And I'm thinking about adding those on and then pushing these 2 up to the top, and then I'll have 3 on the top. And that would be 6 altogether. It would be 2, 3, 4, 5. What would it be? It would be 2. I have 2 Curvex down here. That would give me 3, and then 3 on the top. And then I think I'd be totally full. I don't like the big monitors, but they are clear. They look good, And if you got the right setup, I'm in my bedroom right now. I could fall backwards and I'm in bed. You know what I mean? And sometimes after hanging out with you guys, I'm exhausted. You wear me out. 310 is predictable that it would drop. Yeah, I agree. And just how much would it drop before the bounce back? You know what? I think that what we're looking at here is probably the VWAP at this point, which is about 275. And what I said to you earlier is that we have a support at about 270. And I took that from over here. So if you look at this here, you're about 270. That's your support. Your VWAP has moved up, okay? But there's a possibility your support's moved up too at the same time, which would give us a support at 275 and resistance at $3. Can you all see that? A lot of people have problems. They tell me, you know what, one of the things, a lot of you write me, in chat, I don't know how to really find support and resistance. And, and all too often, what happens, okay? We look over here. Let's go back a little in time. And you see when this stock was trying to push up, and it went to here, 258. And at 258, your support was probably 250. It went here to 266. Okay, so here you got, again, 278, 280. So right now, when you look here, what was happening in the beginning, and then it came back. So you can see now where your old resistance has now become your support. And that's what happens. And then it's just here, it's just consolidated through this point here. And then it finally did one shape up, and it's come back again, and it's still holding at about 280. Okay, so I still think 275 is your support, even though right now it shows us it's about 280. But we got to see if it's going to hold this point. I have a feeling it's going to come back down. This is when I change up, okay, and I will take this line, I will remove it. Nothing has changed on the top, and then what I'll do is I'll go from, let's say I want to go low points. I'm at the high points on top and take my low points on bottom. Okay? And there it gives me a new graph and a new chamber. It's a channel. I'm sorry. It's a channel. I couldn't think of the word. I knew it started with a C. I'm gonna have a cough drop. Anybody want one? These are good. I live on these things. I wake up in the middle of the morning, and it's cough drop time because I get thirsty. I should be drinking more water. Okay, let's just see real quick. Reminder, back scrubber. Okay. I did a good sale on eBay. It's got to go out today. I got to go to UPS later. I have an eBay business on the side. Makes me between, depending on how much I work it, between $20,000 and $60,000 a year. No cough. I have what's called a back drip. You had the cough, Dorth. You were sick yesterday, weren't you? What kind of cough drop? Oh, I'm so okay. Oh, I don't know. Vicks or they're good. They're honey. They're honey tasting cough drops. Actually, honey is one of the best cough suppressants known to man. And I used to be a beekeeper, so I know a lot about honey. Honey. All right, how we doing here? Anybody want me to play some guitar? Can I take a guitar break for 2 seconds? Or should I keep on going? I don't know how that comes out in the video. Uh-oh. We're being spied on. Dex here, and then he's gone. So anyway, right now BTTX is coming back down. Like I told you, it's around just above support at this point. And we're going to have to see. It is lunchtime right now. I'm also going to go over some of the stuff on the sheets that I told you on the options for beginners. This is mostly beginner stuff, beginner things that I've pulled off the internet, copied them, pasted them onto a Word document, and now I've actually printed them out so I can read them. It's much easier than having to open up the chat room or something, closing something out, because I'm also watching Dex room, okay, in case anything happens. I can see if somebody put something up that we don't see. This way I can pull it back. So I'm not policing his room right now, and I don't have to police my room because you guys know better than to do something wrong, right? So don't make me bad. Don't make me the bad guy. A lot of people don't like me because I'm always correcting them. Please don't. They don't realize that if you put BTTX and you don't put it on the board properly, it takes people when they want to go in there. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry. I sell antiques and collectibles, and I sell a lot of good stuff. I used to buy out of state sales, so I'll give you the thing later. You can go take a look. Changes. Oh, I capped it. That's right. So, okay. Let me just see something real quick. See, a lot of times I like to do is I open up a second room in here. Let's see, on my other computer. And since I'm much quicker in this computer to find what I need, because that's where I spend most of my time, I can actually go in here now and, I can find what I'm looking for a lot easier. Let's see where I have that. No, I can't find it. That's right, it makes me look stupid. Let's see. I got a new folder. It's called Chat Police, so just remember, you're always in my rear view mirror. Anyway, okay. So I'm going to keep that open in case I need to go back and forth. All right. Anybody have any questions so far? Anybody watching? You can see right now that BTTX is not holding. It is dropping. And I told you 270, and that was about... I said it might be as high as 275 now as your support. Let's see if it bounces at the VWAP. Okay? I wouldn't be surprised. All right, because who's ever manipulating this, and we know that if we look at our scanner right now, if I open the scanner real quick, okay, and I just recirculate that, because it'll have what I had last, you'll see BTTF is not there anymore, and if I go into, let's say, back 15 minutes, and if it doesn't pop up, you just do this, and it'll come right on. You have to remember to unclick. And then you'll see, even in the last 15 minutes, BTTX is losing, and it's not even number one anymore. You got CPT, which is starting to move. It's got a low 1730. It may try to get to, has a high of 1965, so it didn't even get to 1975 to see if it reached 20. There's a lot of stocks that are having a lot of problems, and people are taking their any gains that they can get. They're taking them fast today. I don't know. I guess the Fed's really scared everybody off. But if I look here, this stock here is UCSE. Is it UC? I can't see the whole thing. I think we can move it over a little bit. Okay, so I got JCSE. All right. Let me just make this a little smaller. Do that, and I can bring it back. Okay, JCSE. I still can't get the whole thing in here. All right, let's go back this way. Do it this way. Bingo. Okay. So you can see JCSE, something may be happening with that, but it's not moving much. It went up a little and it came back. I don't know that there's anything really happening at this time that's worth chasing or running after. I'm looking through all the stocks. Let's scan it again. Let's go back to the last, let's say, 4 minutes. Anything in the last 4 minutes, and really there's not much. This had a 40% run. And I don't know, it could have been earlier this year, a couple of pennies. There's nothing happening. Okay, so right now there's really nothing going on. So that's why I figured I might read a few things to you and see if anybody has any questions, because I am also learning at the same time. And one of those questions that everybody wants to know is, I'm just crunching this thing up, get rid of it. What is the most successful option strategy? Okay, so as new option people thinking about getting in, they don't know where to start and where to go. According to this, one of the most successful option strategies is to sell out of the money puts and call options. Okay, this option strategy has a high probability of profit. You can also use credit spreads to reduce risk if done correctly. But I think the problem with this is you have to have a big account. And a lot of the things, the problem is, and I just wrote this to somebody else, I was looking at my actual account because I have an options. I can trade, but I'm on what's called a standard cash, which means I think I can buy puts and calls, but I don't know that I can actually short them or sell them. So I just put in to upgrade my account to the next level. We'll see what happens. Now, if you're new, it's going to be difficult for you to get them to do what you want. But one way to speed up that process is they have an options class, okay, in Ameritrade. And in the Ameritrade, you get points when you finish certain things, okay? And you finally got it. Okay, so anyway, those points will show them that you are educating yourself. And when you're more educated, it's just like anything in life. You know what? If you're a high school graduate and then somebody who's a college graduate comes along and you're both fighting for the same job, I mean, unless it's in your local grocery store, who do you think is going to get that job? And the truth is, most probably, I'm on a 5-minute here, it's most probably the person with the more education. So the more education you have, and they can see you have, the better the chances are that you're going to get them to upgrade your account. So you don't want to start trading something you don't know anything about. Okay, and options may sound much better because there's a lot of leverage involved. Every option is 100 shares. Now, if you bought 100 shares of Tesla at $1,000 a share, it'll cost you $100,000. But if you buy 100 shares on an options contract, it might cost you $4,000 or $5,000. Could you do that? So the point is, you can, with leverage, control a lot more for a lot less. And that's what options are. And then there's different strategies in options. Whether or not you just want to do short calls are meaning going long, or short puts, meaning puts that go, the other way. The difference between a long and short puts could be, one could be a naked option, which I'm not going to get into, but there's a lot to know, whether you're using condors or different types of strategies. When you're new, let's say you're going to, remember when Netflix, we didn't know which way it was going to go, and people thought it was going to go, which one went up, Facebook? You didn't know. You can actually do what's called straddles, where you actually are buying a put and a call at the same time for the same amount of shares, and one is actually insurance. So if it goes the other way, you don't want to do that with stocks that aren't going to move much, because you're going to lose your premium on one side and you need the actual movement on the other to make a profit. And you'll learn about those things when you take the class, and you're learning about straddles and stangles. Straddles being, I think they're bought within the money, and stangles are outside the money. Okay, I got a few more things here I want to go over. I was talking about the other day. I want to get to the 20 thoughts on your mind that you have before and during a trade. Psychologically, there's a lot of things that we need to think about when we make a trade that we may not be thinking about, but our subconscious is thinking about it, and you have to know what you're thinking about. So, getting back 1 second to the strangles and the straddle. A straddle is whether the stock moves up or down, and it's at the money. Strangle, okay, a strangle is one or two different strike prices, and they're out of the money. And a lot of times, you can make more money if you buy something out of the money, because when you buy out of the money, the price for the actual option will be less than the one that's in the money. And a lot of people don't. They look at the charts. If you right now, if you're in Thinkorswim, okay, I don't know what your other charts are, and you just for a second you just went to where it says trade, and instead of trade you hit trade and all products. And if you hit trade and all products, let me see if I can bring that up for you guys. Let me go back to where I was here. Let's see if I can bring it up, and I'll give you guys want to see this, or I just want to make sure. Just real quick, let's see if I can bring this up. Where's my chart? Okay. If I was to go to trade and all products, okay, and let's use a stock that there might be a good option to look at. Okay, and I want to make sure I'm 14. This is good. All right, I'm going to detach this, and I'm going to bring it over, just to give you an idea what you're looking at. Come on. Okay, so here's the page that you would have hit if you put up on the top of the page in Thinkorswim, trade and all products. And let me just change this so I can look at the room at the same time. Okay, good. You said yes. That's good. All right, so if you look at this, all right, there's different things. Like one would be the strike price. I don't know if you can see it all in here. Oh, there it is, strike. So by changing this to all, you're just going to have a lot in one for the first one, okay? So we just want to keep this at around, let's say, 12 to 14, all right? Now, when you look at this, and it looks like gibberish to people who never saw options before, when you're buying an option, all right, in the beginning, I have a friend right now who's using a certain strategy. I don't have the whole thing down, so I'm not going to be able to completely give it to you yet, but I'll give you little bits and pieces as I get it, okay? So if you look in here, let's say we were looking at AMD. Every option ends on the Friday, okay? This Friday, next Friday, Friday after. You can go out on options almost a year, okay? Or whatever it is. But you'll always see the dates when you're looking at the dates here, all right? You see my arrow? I want to make sure you can see what I'm seeing. And you know what I need to do real quick? I need to change one thing. Hold on. I need to be in the room here. Okay, good. So I can see what you're saying. All right, so if I go here to the option change, you see this is May 6th, May 13th, May 20. It's every 7 days, and that's when your options, you can open this up, you can close them, open them up, and you'll see more options. All right, so you see all, you can go down and down and down, and you can see you can go to January of 2024. You can go years out on options, not just one. You can go probably up to as far as two years. So, well, that's not what we're looking at right now. What this person who was showing me, okay, and all I'm going to tell you is this. They lost $130,000 in a room like ours. I'm not mentioning any names, somebody we all know, but they lost $130,000 in 6 months trading stocks. Went and tried to do shorting, didn't help him much, so he went to warrior trading, figured that would be different, it would be better. He bought all these expensive courses, and guess what? It didn't do anything for him. He found another room where he learned how to do options. I can't tell you what the room is. I can't promote anybody else in here, okay? So I'm just telling you, it's out there. You can learn it. You don't even need a room to do it. You can get this education on your own, but you got to put in the work. If you're not willing to put in the work and you're just looking for an easy ride by following somebody else, eventually you're going to lose. You got to learn to become an independent trader. When you become an independent trader, it doesn't mean that you don't need a chat room, because we're always here, okay? Yeah, it's making a little run for it, huh? So we're always here, okay, to help you. And there's always an alert. If you get one alert in a 30-day period that makes you money, the chat room paid for itself. And it always will. And if you can't find one alert in this chat room from either me, from Deck, from AK-47, from Tim, from Darth Trader, from so many good traders in this rooms, And people who just come in here, Doc Savage, there are so many people here who are giving great alerts. Okay, and there's more. Alex, Sean Worrell. There are so many people. If you can't get one of those people to give you one good alert a day, you don't belong here. You ought to pack it up, close it up, and just give it up, because it's never going to happen. You need, how you doing, Chicago Sid? You need to be able to learn to become independent. You need to learn how to come in here and pick your own stocks and find them. How did I become a moderator? Why, after 1 year of being in here, did I become a moderator so quickly? I picked up on something somebody else who was here before me was doing, and I figured it out. And I was able to go in and start alerting the rooms. And my alerts are 90 to 95% credible. I don't always trade the alerts I give you. But I'll tell you what, a lot of you write me back and say, thank you, Active, you just made me $6,000. Thank you, Active, I just made 600. And I'm going, I hate you guys. I'm making 200-300. I jump in and out, and that's it, because I don't leave it in long enough. And that's one of the things that I'm looking at the way I trade and saying to myself, there are people in here who say, you know what, I only watch the 5 minute, like Living Like Matt. And there are other traders, and they watch the 5 minute for a reason. The 5 minute won't show you every detail when it goes up or down. A lot of traders, I had somebody this morning tell me, it goes, I'm good at this, and I pick the right stocks, but it goes a little red and I jump out. I short it and it goes green, I jump out. If you have a 5 minute, you will not see those little greens and those little reds that'll scare you and put the fear of trading into you, okay? It's not bad to have a little bit of fear, but you have to have a lot more faith. And that faith needs to be in yourself as a trader. And if you can't gather that faith to be the good trader, you won't be until you do. And that is a fact. That's why they have books that are totally written on psychology of trading. There are so many things that you have to become aware of if you're not aware of it. All right? Become a better trader. All right? I'm still learning. I learn so much every day, but I don't stop. I did over 1,000 hours of videos in my first year. I never used to do after hours, so I'd stop, and then before my wife came home, I'd do one movie after another. She'd bring me my dinner, she'd watch TV in the living room, and I'd be doing about three videos a night of 20, 30, 40, 60 minutes, just finding people on the internet and going from one to the other. I couldn't get enough. I just couldn't get enough. And you know what? You got to put the work in. You cannot just jump in here and say, how you doing, Manny? You can't just come in here and say, I'm going to be a successful trader and I'm watching others because they're making big money, and do it yourself. You will fall flat on your face. You might even get lucky in the beginning. You might even get a few and get really lucky and make a lot of money. But then you're going to see the tug of war, because then you're going to learn about the shorters and the guys that go long and the tug of war that happens in between there, and how you get stuck in the middle holding the bag. You don't want to get stuck holding the bag. Okay? So, I'm telling you right now, you got to keep your education up. It should never end. A good example of that, talk to Tim Z33. That guy has read every book out there. He grabs all the knowledge he can get. He's like me. He wants to get as much as he can get. Okay? It doesn't mean you need to flip-flop. Okay, and go from this one to this thing, to do this, to options, to go long, go short. It means you find your niche in trading, whether it be options. And listen, Matt, I don't believe Matt did options his first year, and he made over $1 million. Pav Josh started with $12,500 in February and made over $1 million in his first year. Okay, so if you've got that gumption that you're going to do this, you can do this. But you need a chat room. Okay, don't think that you get so big that you don't need us, because the truth is, we can only make you better. Okay, I learned so much from even new people that come in that find things that I missed. Okay, so if you think you're smarter than everybody else, if you think you're that smart, you really have a lot to learn. Okay, so in all my years of wisdom and being on this earth, I can't get enough. I can't get enough. There's so much to learn, and you're not going to learn it in one day. Okay, and again, going back to these, and I'm going to do something real quick. I'm going to make me a little smaller so that I can see the options a little bigger. All right, so just give me a second. You all know what I look like. All right, and let's, for right now, I'm going to put me in the middle of the page. All right, let's do that and go back. Let's see. Did it go back? It should go. Okay, there you go. Perfect. Now, you can see here, the person that I was telling you about, he lost so much money doing this. He tried going shorting. He made money, made big money, and then he lost it all. So he ended up losing $130,000 in all. Okay, he finally started doing options about 2 months ago, and it took him about a month, a little over a month, to start to get it right. And after the month, okay, he started to handle this thing, and he was sending me P&Ls, $12,000 for the day, $14,000. Then last week he goes $14,000. He goes, now I'm up to $27,000. He made $110,000 in one day. The next day he makes $275,000. And you know what he did? He only traded one stock. Anybody know what that stock is? I'm going to tell you. He traded Tesla. Okay, 3-4 days ago, he made over $300,000. I went to him the other day. I go, "What are you doing?" He goes, "I really can't talk right now. I'm buying a new car." I go, "Yeah, Tesla." And you know better than to do it that way, guys. In this room, we do it this way. But I'll let you get away with it for now. Oh, I did it all wrong. Huh? Listen to me. Okay, I'll put the 4 in there. You see, you guys got me nervous. What is it? TSLA. There, that should work. Okay, so anyway. What he's doing, he wouldn't tell me. He wants me to join this room and blah, 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 because this guy mentored him and he thinks he owes him. I go, "You paid him $150 a month. You don't owe him anything. I'm a friend. You came to me because I helped you so much when you were in here. So show." He goes, I can't tell you, I can't tell you. So I said, all right, screw him. I'm not going to worry about it. But he did send me enough of his P&Ls and his those red sheets through our monitor so I could look and see exactly what he was doing. Okay, let me turn that buzzer off. So what I realized was that everything he was doing, he was only buying stocks that would do on that Friday. So if he came in on Monday, he was out Monday night. If he bought on Tuesday, he was out Tuesday night. If he bought on Wednesday, he was out Wednesday night. Thursday, out Thursday night. If he bought the next day on Friday, he was buying on the following week. Okay? So he was not holding. He told me he doesn't swing, trade, anything. He could be in a stock just like we scalp stocks. He could be in 20 seconds. He could be in 2 minutes. He could be in 15 minutes. And what I'll do is I'm going to put together his charts, which I have, so I can show you and you can see the times on them. Okay, probably next week. So when my other monitor's set up, you'll be able to see it perfectly, and we'll go over it again and we'll break it down what he was doing in that week that he made so much money. Okay, and how he was doing it. All right, and there were some losses in there. He took $10,000 loss, $9,000 loss, but then in the next trade he made $35,000. So it all weighs out. And nobody is going to win 100% of every trade. It just doesn't happen. It doesn't even matter if you lose 50% of your trades, as long as you reduce your risk on the first 50% that you're losing. If you reduce your risk to a certain point where it's under a certain amount, depending on the size of your account. See, like you have somebody who's got $200,000-$300,000 in their account. They're not worried about a $10,000 loss on one trade. All right, but we can't do that. Some of us that only have $25,000, $30,000 or less in their accounts, we don't want to take a $10,000 loss. That'll put us in PDT. It'll change everything that we're doing. Now, good thing about options, I believe that if you're on a margin account, even if it's less than $25,000, that margin money, it actually clears the next day. Where the stocks clear, if you're on a PDT account, it clears in 2 days. All right, so, and that's only three trades in a 5-day period. I don't know if there's PDT for options. It works a little bit differently. I don't know all the laws and everything. You guys may even know a little bit more about that than I do. Hold on one second. I gotta take a sip of this. It will tell you I don't need to have margin for options. Okay, that's a good thing to know. You don't have to have margin for options, nor will they probably give you much margin. It's different for options because you already have the leverage. So the good thing is, like I said before, if you have an account with, let's say, less than $10,000 and it's a margin account, even though you're not doing margin, because I don't think you can do options with a cash account. All right, you can control 100 shares of Tesla, okay, for $5,000 or less. depending on whether you buy in the money or you buy out of the money. So if you look at some of these contracts here, okay, so let's go down. And if I was looking at this contract that's due on Friday, that's the 6th, that's tomorrow. All right, so I could buy this. I'm not going to hold it that long. I might go down here and buy it for, let's say, 36 cents. There's your ask price. So 36 cents, if I, see, I almost bought it. I hope not. Delete it. I hope that wasn't, I hope I didn't buy that. No, I didn't. Okay. But if you do buy something like that, okay, if you're in there, all right, you can click that. You're buying 100 shares at 38 cents is your cost. So when you think about how much you're putting out, but if you bought 100 shares, let's say, of AMD at $95, what are you putting out? $9,500. So you're putting out so much less to buy the same contract. All right? Let me just make sure of something. That I didn't buy something I don't want. And if I did, I hope it's going up. Hold on one second. I don't know if I can do it in there. Let me do it in the other account. Hold on one second. Give me 1 second, kiddo. Okay. No, I didn't. Okay, very good. I feel better. Not that I wouldn't have made money, because if I just bought a call if I just bought that option and I bought a call on that stock, okay, I'd be making money because AMD is going up. And that's what you want. So if it went up 10, 15 cents, I can get out and probably make money on 100 shares on an option. But I can't explain to you the rest on how it works and what you're paying. I know that you can go into the Delta and you can right click and open it up. And on some of the options, it'll tell you the percentages of you winning or losing. So if you want to make your percentages greater, you can go down a little further in the Delta and you'll pay a little less money and your chances are greater, but you will make less for that actual option. That's about as far as I'm going to go with this today. It doesn't have to be complicated whether you're doing puts or calls. There's also a way for you to go in and let's say you want to go into a certain option and you can click on that option to that line. You can bring it across on the other side and you right click and you bring it up, and that's how you will set up your straddles. But right now I don't know enough about how to do it, and I don't want to set any buzzers off right now for myself. So we're going to go further as I learn more about it, and I just wanted to show you you don't have to let this stuff bother you or make you crazy. All right. So as I said, what he was doing, and he made so much money. If it was due on the 6th, he would have gone up to today's date and bought the options. Tomorrow he would buy options in this category, but you'll see how much cheaper. You see, 75 cents. 53 cents, 36 cents, okay? What you're paying for per share. If you look here on tomorrow's, but then tomorrow, when this one closes out tomorrow night, even on Monday, you'll see these prices will start to drop. But you may not be able to afford that, so you want to wait and go down a little further. But these prices will change. As time gets closer and closer to that option, the prices will change in those options. All right? And these numbers for the strike prices is just how many you're going to look at and how many you're going to see in each bracket. Okay, so if I go to 14, it shows me a few more options in here, which I don't really need because I know if I was going to buy right now, I'd be buying somewhere around this place around here. Okay, and then we just have to learn the strategies, whether or not when you look at AMD, you have to say to yourself, you still need to know what your support and your resistance is, and know whether or not you're going to go long or go short. Okay, does this make sense to everybody? And with that, I'm going to just bring this down and go back to the chart right now. Anybody have any quick questions? Because there's other people here who know more than I do about options, and they will answer them if I can't. I'm actually working with somebody in the room here, people you know. You can get with him. He knows a little bit more than I do, and that's NKFW. Great guy. He actually lives near me. Probably going to get together. And we were supposed to trade some options on Monday, but I kind of put it Tuesday. I put it off because I wanted to learn a little bit more about what I'm doing before I do it. Even though I might be able to make money. You know, beginner's luck. It happens a lot. Okay? So, again, what is the safest option strategy? All right? Look at AMD. Still trying. Covered calls are the safest option strategy. These allow you to sell a call and buy the underlying stock to reduce risks. And there's a lot to learn, because sometimes you're buying the stock because you want it to go up, and other times you're buying it because you're making a premium, which usually takes more money if you're the one selling the option, okay, or if you're owning that option, or making a commitment to buy it at a later date so you can resell it to somebody else. All right, but you don't have to intensify this right now. You can keep it very, very simple. But for right now, I'm going to be looking more at things like straddles and strangles, which one to use, which we're going to probably go through next week. Some of the takeaways on whether straddles and strangles are option strategies investors use to benefit from significant moves in a stock's price, regardless of the direction. So it's an insurance that you take. What you're actually doing is you're buying a long and a short position. You're buying a long and a short position, right? A put and a call at the same time. All right, and one is insurance against the other, because you're not 100% sure, and that stock may be so volatile that it moves so fast in one or the other direction. So even if it goes against you, okay, you can still win if it goes far enough. If it starts to go up a little and then all of a sudden comes down sharp, and you've seen it happen, you can get out instantly and make the points going the other way. So you'll pay a premium one way for the straddle, and then you'll actually make money on the stock by the amount that it moved. All right, and it works a little differently. They work in, and I'll have to show you that next week when I bring up the chart. I can give you a little example of that if I can find it in my. I don't know how to bring that up here. It's a document. I don't know if we can bring it up enough. Let me just look real quick so I'll show you what I'm talking about. And then later I'll be able to get this to you. Let's see if I can find what it's called. I don't know which one. These are images. Let me see. Trades one. Oh, okay. Here's one. Let's see if I can bring this in the room. Okay. If you open this up right now, did I put it out there? There it is. Okay. If you open this up, okay, if you save this as a document, you can save this, you'll be able to make it even larger. And here, this is one of those sheets I was telling you about. You can see his P&L for the day. He made $121,000 up to this point. I have the second page. There's another page to all this. All right. So you could see he was in and out. And you can see in the morning he got in at, is this the second one? 9 o'clock, 3:30 in the afternoon, 6, no, I'm trying to find the time. 11, it's hard to read them. 12. This is the second sheet. So this is from 12:01, out at 12:06. You can see how fast he's in and out. And he's buying single options. That was 225. I mean, this is a lot. He's working with a lot. But you can see in the end there where it says the price, to the right before you get to the very end, it says the price. That's the price they buy in, and where it goes up and down. It's different than the actual price of the actual stock, okay? Because we know that Tesla is not $2.09. So Tesla's more. When you see the strike price in the middle was $1,000. But you see, it still goes up certain points up and down. And as long as it moves, and on the first one he did a put, and you can see it went down about 9 and 8 is 17 cents. He made money on that actual. I can't tell you the exact amount, but you got 225. It says 225 to open. I believe that's 225 times 100 shares is about 22,500 shares, and now multiply that by, he made 9 and 8 is 17 cents times 0.17, so he made approximately $3,800 on that first one. Okay, so you can play around with that, look through that. I just put that up there so you could see that you can make money in options, and he bought a lot more shares than he could ever afford. Because think about it, what would 22,000 shares of Tesla cost you? Be $1,000 a share. It's over what? A lot of millions. It's millions of dollars. So he already made enough money the day before to bring himself higher and higher. And if I could find this first page of what he did, he was doing a lot less and building up to the point, but he was winning using a strategy that was working. And you need a stock that actually is going to move enough in a direction that not flat. If you get a stock that only moves a couple of points up and a couple of points down, you're going to lose all around because you're going to lose your premium on the actual buying the stock, and you could lose $4,000 or $5,000. All right, but that's why you would pick a stock that has a basis to move more in either direction at any time. So that's why in some instances you would take straddles, because you don't know. A stock could go up, let's say Tesla could go up $8 and go up $5 and then drop 10 in an instant. It can happen. So having that insurance will ensure you that you will make money no matter which way the stock goes. And then you may say to yourself, well, if that's the case, why isn't everybody doing it? Because they're doing other things, or they may not know. It's what you know. And knowledge is king. So the more you know, the more you can utilize it. Look at that. I picked AMD, which was a good stock, because right now, if you look at AMD, when I opened it up right there on the bottom, it was about $94.59, and now the stock's gone up about what? Almost 50 cents. That's a half a point right there. That was a good one right there. So this would have been a good stock to have bought the option. It's too bad that option didn't go through when I clicked it, because it would have been for X amount of 100 shares going in a direction, and I would have made money. You know, it might have been a couple of $100, but it still would have been a good buy. I picked the right stock at the right time. Right? Sky Chimp, are you still here? Everything and everyone is good, I guess. They're very quiet, you know. It's very hard to build a fire under them, to get them to, you know. And Lafferty, Daniel, I'm going to tell you, do the work. Look at the AMD, man. This thing is still moving. How far do you think this can go? You know what? This is my upper V1 band. This thing could go for $97 today. It could. Let's see if it can get over 97. It's got to get past 96.25. Everything is 25 cents is the next leg up when you get this high up. Looks like it wants to go. This stock has been going. If you look from here, this is at what time? At 12 o'clock. Wow. At 12 o'clock. And then you got this here at 12:48. So you can see we have a total high incline. And now if you even took this from here and you put this to even right where we're at, you can see the channel we're in, and you can see we're building higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. There's your pullback, and now we're going back. Not higher lows yet, but right here we just formed another higher low. So you can see this stock, okay, it's got some pullback, but it's going higher lows, and this is a good stock to actually. AMD is shortable for free in both directions, so you can go long and short. This is a stock that, truthfully, if I was watching it, I would have bought some shares. You know, even if it was 100 shares from 94 up to, you know, right to here, that would have been over $100, and then you could take it back down later when it reverses. Unless AMD has got some news I don't know about. Why is AMD? It says why shares are falling at 11:58, and what did it do at 12 o'clock? It started to go up. That was your reversal. Was right there. So if we go back in time here into the chart, we can see that the stock went down, it went up. How did it start its day? It started its day off higher. I think it was 99, 97, 89, about 98. I remember because I thought about shorting it yesterday and swinging it overnight, because I figured it'd come back and it would have been a good swing, because it was at $98, and I could have got out right about here at 94. That would have been a $4, 4 points. I was right yesterday, and I didn't do it. I don't like to swing trade, but I'm very good at calling them. I should. My wife says I should trade my own alerts, even the ones I alert to myself. All I've been doing is scalping blue chips, long and short. And those that, you know what, you really lose, you're right, because they move slower. You can get in and out faster most of the time. The only time you get stuck in those things is during earnings. Would you agree with that? The market's crazy right now. It's a good way to make quick money. It was. I called it last night. I said AMD was it was a good short, and I was right. You could see the pullback this morning. That was fantastic. If you go back to the morning here, and you can see it just pulled back, and then you can see if you look at the TTM scalper, it tells you right here. It tells you to go up. So even if you got in about here at 95.90, you would have gone up to 96.10. So it wasn't a lot. But from here again, there's your downward movement. Okay, so you have another like half a point right there. 90. That's a point. That's a whole point right there. So you can see going up and down, up and down. This is a stock you absolutely can make money on. And in here, you can see in this time, there was a lot of consolidation. So you might have been faked out with breakouts, okay? It's a bad time. What time was that? That was at 10:43. That's when the market started to slow down and Dex said bye-bye, okay? And he started to teach a little. And then you can see it slowed down until right here. And then the news came out, not even there. Not even there. It was at 12, what was it, 12 here, at 12:02. And the news came out at 12:58, says, why is AMD shares falling? And with that, it started to come back up. And we went from there at 93.48, and look at it, still climbing. And I think we're going to go to about here, is about 97, 97.04, which is our upper VWAP band. And I think that's where we'll probably see the reversal. And then I'll hit myself in the head for not getting in the first time I missed when I pulled up that option. And I said, I don't know if I got in or not. It looked like it did. I just should have said go. It would have been my first option and I would have made some money. You know? Play the volatility the next day. You stay away from earnings. Oh, absolutely. The earnings, you're right. Absolutely. Stay away from the earnings. They'll drive you crazy. But if you're going to do earnings, that's why it's a good time to use an option by using a straddle, okay? Because you can ensure yourself that if there's enough movement in it, you will pay a premium for the straddle, but you'll make money on the stock in the other direction. You just have to learn a little bit more how to use those things. People who know what they're doing make money. You really want to, I do too. You know what? And I'm not jumping into it. I've learned a little more than some of you know, and there's some of you in here that know more than I do, and that's what I hope that those that are listening to me that have more knowledge than what I'm talking about will synergize with the rest of the room here. And you know, yeah, $300 to $400 can make you $5,000. It's amazing. It is amazing because you have leverage. You can buy stocks you ordinarily could not afford. Okay, but you can lose more than you can afford to lose too if you don't know what you're doing. Don't think that option is just a quick road to the bank for an ATM. It can be if you know what you're doing. So can stock trading. Okay, let's not get that wrong. But there's a different type of volatility. There's a different type of insurance that you can do with options that you cannot do with, you know, regular stocks. And like I said, this thing is headed, I told you earlier, this thing is headed for $97. Okay, and we'll probably see reversal at about 96, 95, 96, 80, 85. I think somewhere in that area. I think it'll just about hit it, and it could even tip over, and it could go to like 97.04. If it goes further than 97.10, then it could continue. And right now, for this stock, it's not great volume, but there's volume. I want to see something real quick. Nobody put it in there, so I want to just put AMD. I have that open just for a second. And AMD right now ordinarily has an average volume of 105 million. So right now we're at 95 million. So it's not that it has a lot of volume. I'm sure by the end of the day we will pass the average volume today, but it won't be by much. Maybe we'll get to 150 million, which is still fine. The stock will move. The good part about it is it moves slow enough that you can get in and get out. Even when it reverses, you have enough time. And what a lot of people do, like I said, is they use, oh, I'm on the 1 minute. You can go to a 5 minute, you see? So if you do this and you follow the 5 minute, you would wait till you see your first red candle on a 5 minute, okay? And then you would go the other way. I just hope it wouldn't be too late. It scares me right now. Look at that, first red. Wait a second, on the 5 again, there it is. You see your first red? See me? I might get nervous and pop out. I might wait and say, you know what? If it pulls back to 96.40, I'm out and take my profit. If it goes over, I'll hang out. Okay? So a lot of people like Matt, and there are other traders in here that use the 5 minute to trade because they find it easier and don't get bluffed out as much. And right now, you see the pullback? I told you, 96.40, I would have been out. That's it. I'm out. It doesn't mean it won't come back up. We've seen it. But what if it pulls back to 96, let's say 15, all right? I might even re-enter, all right? So at that point, I would have pulled out at 96.40, just like I said. I think I hit it. I called it right on the nose. Can you imagine if I knew what I was doing? I'm not kidding. And what I like to do when these things happen, I know a lot of other traders don't do this, I will remove my drawing and I will redo it at this point. And I would rather go from high points to high points. Let's do it from there. High point on the top, high point to high point, right there. Okay, so that gives me a new. Oh, didn't click. Oh, I know, I had the wrong button. Let's see, right there. Oh, now it goes in. Amazing. Okay, let's remove it. I want it right. I don't know what's going to happen on the 1 minute either. It's going to even work. Okay, out there. And if I go back to the 1 minute, let's see if it's right. It might change. All right, slightly above. That's fine. It's good enough for me. It's close enough. And it doesn't mean I still think there's a chance. You see? And it came back, and that's your 13 EMA. And it pulled back. So right now, the stock is above the VWAP, which is right here. And it's above the 13. So this stock is still bullish. Right now it is the longs that are winning against the shorts. So right now you got a slight pullback. And a lot of times you will see a little pullback like here. Look, here. You see it here. It's the 1, 2, 3 step. 1, 1, 2, 3, up. 1, 1, 2, 3, up. You know, there's a certain pattern for that. 1, 1, 2, 3, up. And you can see what's happening. 1, 1, 2, 3. Let's see if it repeats itself and starts to go up. Okay? But I don't always bet on that. What I do is I wait for the second green. Okay? And it's right now, it's got a lot of resistance at this point. All right? So, and I told you before, remember I said it might pull back to about 96.10, 96.15, and then I would consider if I were to get back in, but now I wouldn't, because you see, it's not holding the 13. It's pulling back behind, and at that point where that down was, that would have been a good short around right here at 96.46, 90, even to the second one on the top, about 96.40, that would have been a good short right there. So exactly where I said the reversal would be, where I said I would get out, all I would have had to do is click the button twice. Once to get out, one more to short it. And the shorts are always available. And that's what I don't understand about Deck. When he goes, he doesn't go long, he's going to short a stock. And he goes, all right, the stock's at $90, and I think right now it's going to go to about 94, 90, at $95, I'm going to short the stock down. Well, if you really believe the stock's going to go to $95, why would you leave $5 on the table going up? Get in and go long, and then when it gets to the point where it reverses, then get out and go the other way. It's only 2 clicks. It's 1 extra click. I never understand that. Why people do that. Why they say I want to wait till it gets the resistance to short it. When you know it's going to get there, you can look at it. You can see the charts. Keep up the great work. Yeah, I was just talking about you. I was trying to explain if you're still here. Are you here? Tell me you're here. He comes and he goes. I don't know where he is. Okay, he left us. He left us. He never listens to me. All right, but you see, it's amazing. I'm talking about him and he just pops in. Somebody told him. One of you, you know. But with anybody who does that, I don't understand it. And the same thing when you're shorting a stock. That's great. You're waiting for the resistance. You short a stock. There's going to come a time where that stock's going to hit a certain part of support where it's now going to come and reverse itself. Exactly. In, out, up, down. Right? It's exactly right. Thank you, Daniel. So it just makes common sense. Why do we leave money on the table at times when we can make both ways? All right? And I'm pretty sure there's good traders that do that, you know. They're able to. I know a lot of people can't handle more than one thing at one time. I have at one time traded as many as 2 stocks at one time, even right out of the bell. All right, about 2 years trading, I did two stocks were really going to go, but the rules were different then. The technical and fundamentals of why we trade stocks and how we trade stocks had changed. During COVID, because we went to COVID stocks. I don't know for some of you that were here back in 2020, 2019 when COVID came, and we were trading all these different stocks. I'm getting dizzy watching this guy coming in and out. Either come in or stay out. Anyway, there's the reversal on AMD. You can see right now, okay, it hit a bottom, as I said, at about 95.85. But right now, would I get in? No. I wouldn't get in until I see a second green, until the second green is above the first green, and we're still not at a green at this point. And that's a candlestick way of trading. I actually learned that from Ross Cameron, reading one of his books about trading the second green. Because what happens is when people are shorting stocks, and let's say all these people right here, all the traders here are shorting, they think that they're coming to a bottom, so a lot of them jump ship and they get out, and that's why you see that green, that first green. We still don't see it because what happened is they still continued to short. It was a fake out. So until we see two greens, when we see this, like here's a short, comes down, they get out of there, they close their position. That's the closing of the position, what we call the squeeze. But I wait till the second green right here, until the second green is above the first green. So I would have purchased this stock right here at about 95.55, 95.60. That's where I would have gotten in on the way up. And if I had done that, 95.60, I would have taken it all the ways to about 96.60. I made almost a point on that. You can make so much money on AMD. You got to love it. 95.50 next support. I would say so. So 95.50 is, look, right above my line. 95.40. And my line, I said, was a little low. Okay, from here. It should have been, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's about right. It may even go as low as my line, 95.40. Let's see what happens. And as you can see, we're getting tighter up as we go. So now we're at the 95.40. There it is. There's my line, 94.40 to 95.45. I would say it's probably going to be our bottom right there, which possibly will become our new support. And if it does, and you want to make some money, the stock will most probably go up because that's what it's been doing. If you look at it, it's been building, okay? And it's been building higher low here, okay? And higher highs too, all right? And our high of the day, I think, was just recently. I don't know why this didn't put it in, but our high of the day was $97.84. And from there, it went down. So whether or not the stock will go and build a new high of the day, it's got to get to the upper VWAP right there at 97.14 and cross over that point. If it can't cross over that point, it's not going to happen. Does this make sense? If this makes sense, it'll make dollars. That's what I was always told. If it makes sense, it makes dollars. Anybody have any questions? I'm just checking the boards. Okay. 197. All right. That's good. Any other stocks rolling right now? I just don't even want to take my eyes off AMD because I don't even know if anything. I'll take a real quick look. So let's go back real quick and we'll come right back to it. We're going to look at our scanner and let's look at, I'm going to bring this down. I don't really care about stocks that high. As you can see, it's populating some more stocks and I don't even see AMD in there. And we're at 4%. I'm going to bring this down to 150. Just a little bit lower. I'm not looking for stocks that high. Take some of them out of there. And still no AMD. And let's go back about 15 minutes. See what populated in there. Okay. Let's go in alphabetical order. Nothing. Okay. I really always like to watch it in percentage change. Then I know which stocks are growing. So BTTX is still number one. Okay. And this one here moved about 50 cents. This one here moved about 40 cents. This one here moved over $1. EHTH. So I'm going to see if I have that in. EHTH. I don't know if anybody was watching it. All right, I'm going to put that in my watch list. EHTH. Now it should be in there. Also, you can see, if you look here in my scanner, I've gone into my custom, which is right here. You open this up and customize it. And what I've done is I've added hard to borrow stocks so I can see, and the RSI and net and mark percentage with my percentage. The reason for the mark percentage is in the morning in pre-market, percentage does not work until 9:30. So the mark percentage is very close. So sometimes I can use mark percentage or use the volume. Okay, one is a little more exact. But now I can look here and say, look at this. This stock here, easy to borrow. It's TIG Group. All right, and I can actually take this and put this into that big list that I saved. I have a watch list that I saved and see if I got it. I don't recognize that one. It's TIG. I'm going to just see real quick. TIG. I'm going to go into my default somewhere else. And I'm looking at my shortables. And I don't think I can get in here. I got two watch listed. Okay, let me take this one out. There's one that's no longer shortable. Chef. Okay. Take that out. put TIG in. Okay, now it's in there. We'll just go back to my list. And I've composed of a list now of shortable stocks, of over 200 shortable stocks at any time that for some of you I've already given to, and I will be giving out free. Okay? And let's get out of shit. You see? And we could have got here 280, and it went up to, it doesn't really move enough for me, 301. See, it looks like a lot, but it's only 20 cents. Doesn't mean you can't make it if you buy enough shares, but somebody could dump on you and you could lose too very quickly. That's what worries me about stocks like this. Okay? And I just want to check one other thing, which was that other stock was EHTH. Okay, pretty much that's consolidating across. Whatever happened earlier. So it doesn't really affect us. So we got BTTX and we've got AMD. I don't know which one you're watching. If you want a more expensive stock that you can make money and it moves a little slower, what did I do? Okay. It moves a little slower and you don't have to worry about losing it, or you can go back to the BTTX. Either way. Which one you want me to watch? And HDSN, okay? HDSN is not in my list. It probably was in the thing and I missed it. HDSN, that's what I got you guys for. So real quick, I'm in another computer, but I can hit it even in the other computer. I can click it and it'll work in here too. And you can see on Hudson, all right, you can see the stock doesn't move a lot. You can see it was at 829, but it did go a half a point. So it went right above the VWAP where it found itself with a lot of resistance. You can see here you had 30,000, 10,000, 13. This could be one person making this thing go, or two people. It doesn't take a lot with 10,000 shares to make a stock. That's all that's being traded. So if you get in here, all right, and I look at the volumes before I'm going to jump in any stock, and I see that this 10,000 shares, if I put my 500 in here, there's nothing that's going to stop this guy from dumping enough shares to take my money. So I'm not interested. I won't trade stocks like this. All right? Just telling you that's me. That's how I look at it. That's how, I decide where I want to be. But I look at a stock like this that's moving, there's 900,000. If I have 900,000 and I go with 500 or 1,000 shares, they're not going to see me. I like BTTX the best. I wish it would move a little more, but right now it's come to a new point. And so right now we're a new high a day at $3.20. Not bad. And if I was watching, I could have jumped in here and made myself about 15 cents on a quick scalp at 500. I would have made about $75. That's just 500. I could have jumped in with 1,000 and made 150. You can make money. You can make money, but you got to be careful. You got to be patient. Okay, and that's another thing. The word patience, P-A-Y-T-I-E-N-C-E. Patience pays off. If you don't have patience, if you can't find patience, you're in the wrong business. This is all about patience, okay? And I love the thing that, and I tell you every single time, what does Warren Buffett say, right? I love Warren Buffett. I do. And if you look what Warren Buffett says, really important, what is the stock market? The stock market, is a device for transferring money from the impatient to the patient. So you get in, you can't wait, it goes down a little, you jump out, it goes back up, and you say, I can't believe this. If I just held on, if I just did this, if I would have did this, or I should have done that, and I could have done that, I would have made this. You know what? Woulda, coulda, shoulda. You got to have patience. You got to feel a part of the algorithm on the particular stock that you're watching, okay? And let's look at this for a second if we were looking on the 5-minute, okay? Because a lot of people say, I trade the 5-minute. But you see here you had this, and then it went to red. What would you have done? Then it went to green again, but it only went to 305. What would you have done when it went red? Would you have pulled out? Look at it on the minute-to-minute now, okay? Look at the difference. You see? You don't even see the red to red. So I would have done better with a 1-minute than trying to trade that on a 5-minute. But I will say on more expensive stocks, like AMD, you might do better on a 5-minute than a 1-minute. Because if we go back to AMD for 1 second, all right, I'm going to show you something real quick, and I'll come back. All right, if you did 5 minutes on this, you see the 1 minute. If I did 5 minutes, okay, I was here, I was here, I was here, I was here. So I would have taken this from where? From $93 up to $94.85. But that same time, let's go back, okay, at 11:20. All right, and let's go back to the 1 minute. 11:20. So I go here at 11:20, right there. Is that 11:20? No. Where's 11:20? It's 12. What's 11:20? Wow. 11:30, 11:20. It was about here. Wow. 11:20? No. Looks so different. Here it is, right there. So I would have taken the first green, and it would have taken it 21 to 20. See, I would have got out. It wouldn't have worked. But on the 5-minute, we saw that. On the 5-minute, and I'm pretty sure it was 11:20. Here it is. See? 11:20. That first green, boom, boom, boom. See how far up it went? Big difference looking. You wouldn't have got scared out every time it went red on the 1 minute. So on larger price stocks, you can go to bigger numbers of time. Okay? And I just want to take a run back to BTTX since it's happening. I just wanted to give you an idea of why you would use 1 minute opposed to using 5 minutes or 3 minutes sometimes. Okay? So on more expensive stocks, you might be better off with a higher, and with the lower price stocks, you want to watch them a little closer. You might even go to 2 minutes. Does anybody here agree or disagree with me? You have the right to disagree. I'll only bounce you out of the rooms for 1 day, I promise. No, I won't bounce you out. I only thrown 3 people out in 3 years. I get 1 a year. Actually, I don't have a limit. I can throw out as many people as I want, but I only do it if you get stupid. You got to get really stupid to get thrown out of here. So, I don't know anybody like that. They come in once in a while. I don't know what you call those people. They come in and they spoof us, you know. So, as you can see, BTTX is still trying, okay? So, what do you think so far? How am I doing? I hit my daily profit. Off to the Rockies baseball game. Nice. See everyone tomorrow. Where in the Rockies? Where are you? Is that in North Carolina? Tennessee? The Rockies go all the ways to where? Pennsylvania? Well, the Rockies could be Colorado, too. Denver. Right. I was going to say the Rockies, Colorado. I think of the mountains on our side. That's not the Rockies, Colorado. Very good. Have a Coors beer for me. Doesn't that come from Denver or Colorado somewhere? I don't drink alcohol. I am actually totally sober for almost 9 years. But I do buy 6-packs of Coors Light in bottles only. And I only use them when I make chili. So I do cook with alcohol, but I don't drink alcohol. Some people in the program might consider that rubbish, but I don't give a crap. It just makes my food taste so much better. I keep red wine. I keep white wine. Instead of that cheap stuff they give you, you know, in the supermarket, you buy that white vinegar and then you buy that red vinegar and you call it wine. I use real wine. Good stuff. I just don't drink alcohol. I don't have a problem with it. I just don't drink it. I had a problem with drugs many years ago, so I quit everything because thinking of alcohol as different has caused a great many addicts to relapse. We're people with the disease of addiction that must abstain from all drugs in order to recover. You with me? Some of you know what I'm talking about. Just for today. Just for today, my thoughts will be on my new associations, people who are not indulging in bad things. And as long as I follow that way, I have nothing to fear. As long as I have God in my life, I have nothing to fear. It ain't about religion. It's about relationship. And some of us have a great relationship with each other. And that's what I love about this room. Okay? Yeah, AMD is probably dumping. I wouldn't. Yeah, okay. Let's see. I don't want to switch because right now BTX is doing so well. So for all you in AMD, just short it. We'll get back to it later. Or we can look at it really quick. And here is the dump. It did not hold. So as you can see, it never made it to the upper. And I drew my trend lines, and you can see it never got to the upper trend line. I'm on the 5 minute, 1 minute. Okay. Where am I on this one? 1 minute. As you can see, it never got past my trend line that I drew here. It never got to the upper VWAP. And it pulls back and probably will have support now back down to about $95 and right above the, as you can see, right over here. What do we got? 94. Well, that's a little lower. I don't think we'll go that low because the VWAP's higher. I think we'll be around $95 as support.
And with that, I'm going to go back to BTTX because I know some of you are probably trading it. Great for you at what? AT? AT, well, that would be BTTX, ascending triangle. Looks more like a bull flag, big bull flag. So if you put this thing right now and you go to, let's say, a 5 minute, I see a little bull flag forming. Do you see that? What do you guys see? Let's see it on a 3 minute. Looks good. Definitely bull flag setup. So if I was to, that was my last line from before. I still want to bring it from their point to that point. So if I just bring this down for a second, at 3 minutes, we know that's the trend there. I don't think it's really changed. It was a little high before. Let me remove that. I want to redo it from here to here. Okay. This one has changed. But not much. I'm not going to touch it for right now because I think our support is still around the same place. There we go. It's probably a little bit higher. Probably if I was going to do it on the 1 minute. I like to redraw mine. I don't do like Dak. He leaves it there all day. Whatever. I don't really see him redrawing it much time. But I would do it from here. This was a high point right there. And then you got a high point right there. And there. And then you can see our channel. We flattened out on the top, and you can see why. It's kind of consolidating at this point. It's got a lot of resistance at that. It's got 1, 2, 3, about 4 times its stride, and it can't get over that 320 mark. Okay? So there's a lot of resistance. So it could pull back to take a shot up, or it can just fly. And right now, you can see, I don't see a squeeze coming. We have enough room in here. That's usually where the squeeze comes. Here to there is what it would look like. See, at that point we would see a squeeze right in there. You can see the ascending triangle. You see the triangle in there. It's not ascending or descending. It's just a triangle and it's flat. So unless it was going to squeeze in this section, which could, okay, if this was a correct line, I just don't know. It can go either way. I see it drop first before it pulls forward. I'm having the hardest time trying to locate SMA on a trade zero. All I see is EMA. I don't have my trade zero open, but I know they do have a SMA. You'll probably find it under, instead of SMA, look at it. Let me just see what's it called here. Okay, SMA, simple moving average. You found the exponential. There's got to be a simple moving. It might just say, look for moving average. Just moving average, MA. Forget the simple. Let's look for moving average and see if they have that. You might find MA. So they may have exponential moving average and moving average. The moving average will be a simple moving average. I'm not in it right now, so you'll have to check it. I do have it, but I'm not playing with the charts right now. I haven't really set it up. Anybody else have trade zero and have the same problem, or have you found the moving average, simple moving average? And there you can see a slight pullback. Like I said it would slightly pull back. That's exactly what I felt. There's your pullback, and right here. So I don't know if this, like I said, I didn't know that this was actually the right line, but I just drew it, and what it told me was it looked like it was going to squeeze a little. Right now, I'm going to stick with the bottom line. That was my support, which is probably at $3. And right there, you can see it coming down. And I called it. I said it was going to come back. It'll pull back before it's going to push forward. And probably the reason is, if you look at BXXT, let me just find it for a second. Here we go. And if we look at the actual float, it's 8 million, which is not a large float, but it's not a small float. So you have to understand
that works off the amount of shares being traded in an upward motion to make that thing move enough. And right now, you're getting 400,000 shares traded down. But the thing is, when it was trying to go up, how much tug of war, how many shorts were fighting against, and obviously they were winning. So HYMC is dead. SONM I'm getting rid of. HYMC still up 22 cents. Wow. And AMD, I'm going to push this up to the top. I have it twice. DDOG, I only kept it because it's shortable. See where it's at the end of the day. AMD I got twice. Get rid of that. Uber. I kept Uber. I knew I should have shorted it today at $28. What a big mistake. Every time, there was the money right there. That would have been 2 points right there. Even right there, I would have done 1,000 shares. That's $2,000. Kicked myself. And CHGG did absolutely nothing today. It just stayed where it's at. What's it say? Days range from 19 to 21, but I think it started at 21. So it might have been a good short. I'm going to get rid of that one. I think it's done. I'm going through my Yahoo Finance that's open in the other computer. SOUN looks like it's on its way out too. It's only up 40 cents, but I'll leave it because it's at $15. So that's a really hard point because it's between $13.95 range and $16.41. That stock could run another day, so we'll have to wait. That one I believe was. Let me look at the what's wrong historical data. I think it was. Yeah, it is. It's only a 5 or 6 day old IPO. So we'll have to see what happens. I haven't seen any of the IPOs go crazy. I love IPOs. You know, when they first come out and they first open, it's like shooting craps. But sometimes I like to shoot craps. You know, just keep my risk down and don't go as crazy. And when you get in the beginning, you know it's going to go up to start. They don't go down first. So if you can get in, you're going to have to market order in probably, or put in a very high limit order so whenever it opens, it just picks right in. It'll open up and just take it. You know, people are afraid to do that. If they put let's say a limit order $1 more than it's at, it doesn't mean you're going to pay $1 more. You might, but it means you're going to get the first available lowest price, which could be better than even the market order, which could be anywhere depending on how fast it moves. You know, because it's an average of what you're getting in it. So it's cool. No shorts for AMD on Trade Zero. Well, that's why I keep TOS. There's free shorts all day. AXGN free shorts. CHGG free shorts. COMM, CY, no. DDOG, EHTH. There's a lot of free shorts on stocks that I might be able to Twitter. Always free shorts. Why do I got 2 watch lists down here? What do I have? How do I get rid of this one? DWAC, it's the same thing. Okay, how do I detach? Let me delete that gadget. Got rid of it. Okay, good. I had an extra watch list. It was the exact same one. I don't want that. In the news? With the news today. Okay, and accounting info. Perfect. Okay. Just don't want you seeing that information. AMD is shortable. Come on, Sid. Put a $sign in front of that. We're going for the money. Right now, it's kind of slowed down. Now, I remember I told you that BTTX would come back down, and there it was, about 306, 305. It's going to pull back to spring forward, and it's still consolidated a little after that because I guess the people holding a lot of shares didn't know what they're going to do. And right now, they're going to try again, maybe, and there is 310. And there's my upper line, okay, at 322. So now we got to see if we can break 320. If it breaks the 320, you might see more volume coming in. You got 500,000 shares right now. Or you might see a quick dump. So you got to be careful. Let's see what happens. Just hit a new high of the day, 323. The stock wants to go. And there wasn't really any news on it today. They had some clerical stuff on the 2nd and 3rd, but nothing really today. Just whatever it's doing, it could be sympathy to something else that's happening. And I told you, it's going to hit that point. There's a lot of resistance, and it seems to be coming down. So there's a lot of tug of war between the shorts. I don't have any shorts, so it's got to be you guys in E-Trade and boy, that's a big drop back. One of these times, it's just going to come down quick and hard. I just have that feeling. And if you look at this thing on a 5-minute, you can see right here. So we started off this day at $2.50. I could see a pullback later on where right around, let's see, right around here, 275, where that support, it was resistance at one point, but it's the support. I think the stock will come back to about that, unless they have some negative news of some sort. I don't see this thing climbing and climbing and climbing. There's no reason. There's no reason. I mean, there's no really great news. It's just being manipulated right now with motivation. And BTTX is still, which is sadly is the number one stock today traded. If you look at FinViz right now, number one is BTTX, number two is CYN, number three is ICPTX. Oh, it changed a little. It's BTTX, CYN, now it's HDSN, and then ICPT, and the other one's gone. CYN became second. HCN, ICPT, which was earlier. HYMC, I looked at it, there's nothing happening. SIMO, something, it was working this morning. That's about it. There's really nothing happening. I went into pre-markets this morning. I went into pre-market and I copied the first 10. Let's see, HYMC, AUST. I want to see anyway, SIMO, there it is. I want to see how HDSN. I want to see how many of the stocks that are working now are on that list. The only one that's not on that list for the pre-market gainers that is number one right now is BTTX. Was not on the pre-gainers list this morning. So every morning when I get up, I actually, here we go. What did you do today? You lost money? Is that a loss of, I don't know what I'm reading here. Advanced micro devices. Oh, that's options. But what am I looking at? Did you take a position? Open and close. 97 and 99. So if you went long, high. Oh, that's the close, the high, and the low. The bid, the size. But you didn't do any trading with it. You're just showing us. This is where the PACF and QEX, that's what they get executed through. Like we have EDGX, OTC, ARCA, NASDAQ. That's what they're using. Okay. Let's see. I can close. Oh, I wanted to see that. PACA. Options basics. Options. What's this? 10 option strategies to know. Okay. So how many of you are thinking of going to options? How many of you don't do options here that want to do options? And how we doing? And by the way, if anybody is in here now that hasn't subscribed, please, if you get a chance, and you go to when you go out or you go to the lobby, you open up another one, and you see my name and it says subscribe or subscribed. If you're subscribed, you're fine. If you're not, subscribe, because when my free booklet comes out in a few weeks, you'll be ones to get it first. It'd be a booklet of, I don't know how many pages yet, on hints and basic things. Like these things I'm printing out, I'll be putting it all together for you in a Word document that I will send out for free to anybody who's subscribed on the list. Okay? And if anybody else who wants it is not subscribed, they can have it too. They just have to ask. And then I can beat them up and say, why aren't you subscribed to me? You know? Okay, let's see. I'm looking in. There's nothing really going. I'm looking in Dexroom for a second. Lift U-shape at HOD. Iggy's a guy you got to keep an eye on. Iggy is a guy who will he'll come out of nowhere and he'll put an alert out there, and you got to jump on it really quick, or you could miss it. He's good. You know, he's been trading a long time. He's here way before I ever got here. Might have been here from the beginning for all I know. Yo, there he is. Here's my boy. NKFW. We were talking about options before. You could have helped out and jumped in. Could have used a little of your output, you know. we're going to have to get you live here on the speaker to talk to them maybe on Tuesday. I'll get you in here and we'll just connect on phones and we can go back and forth, and they don't have to see you unless you got a camera set up. And you can come in here and we can talk about options some more, because we started, just some beginner stuff. And I'm watching this BTTX, and it's just like you can see, if you look, what's happening where it's starting to squeeze here. And when it gets to this point right about here where you can't see, and it gets a little tighter and tighter, that's when this stock's either going to meet the resistance to the point where it's just going to crash, or it's going to squeeze up, and all the people holding the shorts are going to get squeezed out like an orange, and it's going to go to maybe somewhere around 335, 340, 345. I don't know about getting over 350, because if it's having a hard time like it is now, here 350 is going to be even harder. I did not trade today. I only did one quick in and out. You can see it on the board for 750. I was not trading today, and I got involved in this. I don't want to lose, and today was a strange day. If I had traded anything today, it might have been BTTX and the other one, which was AMD. Because those are the stocks I've been watching. The other stock I wanted to trade was I think it was Uber. I was going to one of them. I was going to short it, and it did exactly what I thought it was going to do, and I didn't jump in. I just got my head got caught up in something else, and then I got to get ready and set up the monitors. So, I got problems with my system, so I got to make sure it's going to work smoothly and not get knocked off. I only got knocked off once so far. Not bad. Okay, I'll jump in at the next dip. Somebody's talking. Must be J Trades BTTX. I wish when people speak and they're writing things out, they'd say which stock they're going to jump into, so you don't have to go up above and find the name of the person they're talking to. And really what it does is get somebody who just comes into the room and says, oh, he's going to jump into at the next dip. What stock is he talking about? And then if he puts it in incorrectly, you click on it and nothing happens. Now you got to stop and you got to type it in. And then you look and you say, oh, I just missed it. Oh boy, if I'd just been able to click on it instantly and get in. And that's why I get a little angry when people do that, because you don't know who's just coming in the room. And when you do that, it takes them that much longer. You can miss a whole transaction. So, I know you don't mean to do it, but this doesn't mean I can't spank you for doing it. Right? What do you think? Should I play some guitar? Up? And what did I tell you? It's going to squeeze a little to the point where it's either going to go or it's going to meet the resistance, which it did right there at 323 for a new high a day, and come down. But it's still within the channel. So as long as it doesn't drop below $3, okay, we're fine. Even 305, 310 is even better. It's still in the channel, and if it stays in the channel, there's a good chance it's gonna go up. So, I mean, you're taking a risk right now. If you were to go in right now, let's say at 310, when it just hit 310, and you got in, I would put a stop loss at about, and I don't like to have stop losses in there, but a stop loss at about $3, so I can't lose much, at most $50. But if they see that, and they can see that, and if you go up right now and you go to, let's pick this up, you can see the lowest is 310. So I wouldn't want to be any lower than the 310, because they may drop it really quick, boom, boom, like it just did. I think it hit 306. There it is, 307. I wonder how many people who were in here that lower than this just got stomped out. And that's what I'm talking about. You see the quick drops, and that's what you got to worry about. And that's why I don't like to do mental stop losses, because I don't want to get stomped out. And when I do usually do stop losses, I do a 25-cent stop loss. So like right now, if I was going to buy the stock, I would right click, I'd go down to buy custom, and it's already in there. You see it says buy all riggers, and if I open this up, you'll see right now there's 25 cents right there, okay? And that's my stop limit. When I open this up, it'll now have the exact price that it's at, and all I have to do is wait right now until it pops down and hits the price I want, and I can confirm it, and I'd be buying 500 shares of BTTX. That quick. There's no excuse for not putting in a stop loss. I have them all pre-made up. And for those who just saw what I did, you can make them up and you can come in here and you can save it like I did, and you can save a template, all right? And it shows that there's a base, buy, sell, 500, save it. I already have it, I'm not gonna do it again. All right, and I can do the same thing for shorting, all right? So I can go down, buy custom, go across, sell first 500. Now I'd be selling 500, and again, I have a stop loss of 25 cents. All I have to do is unlock it. Now I'm at the price. Okay, 315. You see, 315, 290. So right now, if I was shorting this stock, I would have. If it went up, I would do it because it's not going to be shorted. If I was going to short it, I would short it at 325. Okay, somewhere around there, hoping that it would break out one more time about 329, 330. Then I would short it back to 310, and I'd already be in there and ready. All I have to do is wait till it gets to my price. Okay. Because if I put a limit order in to buy it, like you'd see it inside, right now I don't see anything down the limit orders more than 315. There's a couple of 384. They don't mean anything. They just do that to level the prices out. All right. So again, and if you want to save that in setup as a short, when you save it up as short to short it, you save it. I already have it. Okay, and they just delete it. But I have many set up for many different. So a lot of times when I go to bigger stocks, I may only want to do 300. Okay, see, he says base 25. I have another one for 100. Same thing, base 25. So if I want to buy only 100 shares, I already have a limit order. I already have the stop loss in, and I will only lose on 500 shares with a 25-cent stop limit. I will only lose $125 max. So always be ready. I was taught very, very poorly. I just learned how to do that about 6 months ago, and I set them all up. I just sat there one day playing with it, and I make sure when you set them up that you don't have your the button here. There's a button there. That auto send button, make sure it's off when you play with it, okay? I didn't realize there's another one here. So just make sure that's off, all right? On my main one, I have different boxes here. You can change this just by opening this up, and you can add things in here, like buy ask, buy bid, buy market, cancel. Same as I have up here. I took them off as I have them in there, but when I bring them into this chart here, I take them off for you guys so you have more of a chart to look at, and it's not necessary because if I do a buy limit, I either do it from here or I have another setup with 6 stocks already in it, so I would have that stock in here and I would just buy it here or buy it here. Okay, that's my 6. That's what I look at. This is where I usually buy from. All right, but I didn't change these since I put them in this morning, so they won't change. Even though I changed it in my other charts, it will not change until I change them in here, which is fine. I don't really care because I'm not really looking at them there. I'm looking at them in a different chart. I have that same 6 in one open with different stocks in it. Actually, they're not. Let me just see what's in my other one. Mine is, hold on. I have, let me get rid of the active trader. I have SOUN, BTTX, oh, that one shouldn't be there. Let's put AMD back in there. SQQ and Uber, because those are the stocks I was watching earlier. Okay, I'm not really buying anything right now, so it doesn't matter. And I'm gonna pull off my lines. I'm gonna remove my drawings from AMD because they're no good anymore. But that's not what I'm looking at with you guys. I'm watching the charts. I'll leave this one on trade. Go back to where it was. Back to that one. For those that are watching BTTX, this is still dropping. I told you before, right up here. Wow, you could have shorted this from 96.50 down to 93. Wow, we're at 90, below 94. It's beautiful. It could come low as 92, $93. I think we will see that. It would have been a great short. Now, why am I blurry here? Uh-oh. Oh, shoot. I lost you. Hold on. Be right back. That's why I keep a second one. If you can hear me. Sorry, I lost the chart. I have a, I don't know if you can see me. You can see me, but the chart didn't come back yet. Give me a second. Okay, there's that one. Let's reduce this one. Let's go to, I may have to stop the stream for a second. I need to stop it and come back in. Give me a second. Come on. I lost it. I lost the whole stream. All right, if you can hear me, just give me a second. I will make another one and put it in there. I lost everything. Where am I going? Okay, just give me a second. I'm going to go to charts. And I gotta detach it really quick. Come on, detach. Okay, let's push that over there. All that work. Push that there and there. Okay, you should be able to see that now. And you should be able to hear me. Okay, beautiful. Okay, sorry. I have I keep saying I'm going to change it. I have a box on the bottom, and my foot hit it, and it hit the on-off switch for about 8 different things that are plugged in there. So, for me. All that work, it's a lot of work setting these things up and getting them right, but I'm getting better at it anyway, so I'm going to put the other one there anyway. Let's see. Okay. Problem is, when I do this all over, I got to separate all these numbers in here, you know? Let's take the click mark off of there. I'll play with that later. Okay, so we got the AMD, and the only thing I'm missing now is the detached gadget. Where's Mr. Gadget? Here is this. Gotta make it smaller. I'm getting good at it, at least. I'm getting practice, you know. What happens in case of emergency when you get knocked down? You got knocked out. Come on, how far can I go? How far can I go and open it? That's not working. Right there. Oh, that's no good. I want to see my last price. I don't know why I need the last price there. Come on. I guess the RSI is more important right now. Okay. Okay. I want to push this up. Come on. I got to take this lower. So then I got to make this smaller. This has got to be moved over. Come on. Like that. And I got this watch list. I want to move up to here. This is how you set up everything. And I got to do it all over because I hit the switch. I was doing great, and boom. And then I gotta bring this back over. Okay, let's get this. Oh, shoot. Don't tell me I got rid of it. No, I didn't. Okay. Talking to myself, as usual. Okay, there's one. This is usually where I get the if I do this in my laptop, this is usually when my computer freezes on me. And then I gotta get out and start all over again. This computer doesn't do it to me. Come on. It's so hard to get everything just right. And that's why I need that other monitor that I'm talking about, that I'm gonna change everything out, because once I do that, I won't have this problem. It's a better monitor and it's better graphics, and it'll all go in much easier. Okay, and let's see. Push that up there, and now we're pretty much set again. These are off a little bit. That means I gotta move this and move it like that. That's all. Am I on the right stock? AMD, and you guys want to see what? BTTX. Okay, so we see that's not holding. AMD is still dropping. What happened to my AMD? Should be down here in the red now. That's right. So AMD is still dropping. I said it would go down as far as what, 93 possibly, and nope, it's still holding 93.60, 68. All right, let's see where you guys are at now. Okay, you don't see that. You still don't see it. That's wrong. Hold on. I know you see me, but you don't see the stream. You gotta hold on 1 second. I've got to do something. I don't know why this is doing this. Okay, at least you can see me. I'm working. Where's trade? Okay, here we go. So I got to go back into OBS. Okay, and stop streaming. How do we get this to work? Let me go down to here. Give me a second. I got to go to settings. Somehow the number got corrupted. Stream. It's not working. I may have to close OBS up for a second. You guys are going to have to hold on. I'm sorry. I got to exit and name it. Give me a second. I almost got this. Go back here. Here. Got to copy this. Go back. Can't believe this happened. It's a good experience, but it sucks. Okay, and here. Are you seeing this? Okay, you see it now? We good? Somebody tell me. Do you see the you see the chart? Yes? You see the chart? You're not telling me. You hear me? You hear me? You see me. You see chart. You see the chart too? You should. I don't know why I'm blurry. That's why I don't think it's working. Okay, let me try something. Why is this blurry? Okay, hold on. That's wrong. Why is this moving? Okay. Let's bring it back to here. Okay. Is that clearer? I'll find out in a second. It's not. It's fuzzy. Why is this fuzzy? Something happened. Let's try it again. I don't know why it's doing this, guys. Change my page. That's not it. I got a problem. Houston, we got a problem. Okay, 110. I don't know why it's doing this. Is it? It is not fuzzy. Okay, it's fuzzy for me. I know why. I got it. I know why. I got it. Okay, perfect. I got it. It went fuzzy on my end and went to 144, and I had to bring it up to 720 or higher definition. All right, good. We're clear. I'm so sorry. My little toe, I'm going to cut it off. I won't be able to do this. I have to make a piece of block of wood and put it underneath so my foot can't hit there. It hit the switch. It's a long, switch panel, and everything's plugged into it, and it hit the on and off. It's on the bottom. My foot found its way underneath. Jeez. It doesn't help the videos much, for the instructions, for people who want to watch it later. I apologize. Okay, so we hit bottom on 93.70, 93.65, 93.50. So 93.50 is now our support on AMD. Whether it'll hold or not, I don't know. But it was a great short from the time it climbed. It was a good stock that I just pulled out just because we wanted to look at the options before. So that was pretty amazing. Back to BTTX for a second, and it did not hold. And I told you before, remember I said it's going to get closer and closer, and it's either going to squeeze, which I didn't think it was, or it's going to drop, which it did. And it's holding at $3. So it's still holding. We'll have to see what happens probably in the next 15-20 minutes, and if nothing happens, then I don't know, we'll call it a day, because it's just not happening. It's been a strange day for trading. It really has. All right, I'm going to get out of it. What I do usually now at this point is I usually go down my stocks. So right now CYN, for those that are watching it, is going up a little. So it's gone up since 145 20 minutes ago. It's gone up about 20 cents. Let's see if there's anything else that's happening. No. Simo. What a bomb out that was. HYMC, it's a dead stock. That one's really dead. And then later on, I'll go through like AYGN. Well, it's shortable. I'll make sure it's in my list for my shortable list, and then I'll get rid of it. I don't hold on to some of these. I'd like to keep my list because every day I'm adding about 10, 15 into the list, so I need to take some out. And there is nothing going on. Twitter might come back. I don't know. It was high this morning. It was a good short. I thought about shorting it from 51 down to 49, and it did. I think it went down and it hit. I don't know if it ever hit the 49. 50. I don't think it ever hit. So it stayed up from when the time it went up, right there. 50, 39, went to 51. It never really came down much. So it was in a 50-cent bracket. You could have made money if you followed it up and down. And SOUN, I think pretty much everything else is dead. Why is that still on SPY? That's on pre-market. Okay. That's SQQ. You could have made some money this morning. SPY's a little high to play for me. All right, DWAC. Hit a low. Hasn't been doing much. That's a stock. Like tomorrow, you don't know. It could pop up to $50. You could make 4 or 5 points. That's about it. I don't see anything else. RVSN finally died. That thing is done. So, BMDX, BTTX, I mean, and ADM. I don't know any other stocks that are rolling right now. Anybody else know? Anything else working? Any more questions on anything we went over today? You know, coming to the seminar, I know only 300 of us are going. I will be there. There's a book, and it's called, I took a few pages out of it, and it's called How to Be a Consistent Trader. This is the 4th edition. I read some off the other day, quite a bit, and I got to another page that I said I was going to hold off. And I just want to read real quick the first 10. It says 20 thoughts that your mind has before, during, and after a trade. 1. You don't know what you're doing. Just stop. 2. This stock will go up. Just watch. 3. This stock can't go any lower. Don't exit the trade. 4. Your first trade went so well, you figured it all out. 5. You can go bigger in position size. You figured it all out. 8. You're in the profit. Don't wait for the resistance. Just exit the trade. 7. The stock keeps going. I should have stayed in longer. 8. It won't pull back. It keeps going. Let me enter before it goes down. 9. It looks good on the 1 minute time frame. Just enter. Don't look at the other time frames. Don't do that. And 10. Everyone else is making money on this trade. I can as well. And there's a large psychological thing that goes through our head that either makes us a better trader or makes us a better trader in time. Okay? And it doesn't mean if it's not happening now or if you're new and you get those feelings in your stomach like you just lost some money and you get that feeling and then you lost some more money and you get a bigger feeling. You know, in the beginning they told me if you lose twice in a day, take a step back. Don't trade. Take an hour off. Take 2 hours off. Don't chase it. Don't overtrade it. Don't think that if you can get back in the same stock that you lost your money and you're going to get your money back. I can't tell you how many times I've had to walk away from a stock that's taken my money and I said, you know what? I'm still going to live to do another day. I'm not going to destroy my account. And I look at my account and I go, I'm so close to PDT. I don't want to be there. So I need to be careful. Okay? I'll get up to $31,000 in my account and I'll blow $4,000. I'll blow $6,000. I did $6,000 in November. The last 2 days I lost 10. You know, those feelings of trying to get in and trying to double up in size when you're not ready won't make you twice as much money. It will cost you twice as much. So you need to think about what you're doing and you need to think about it carefully because this is a game, but this is a game that has some major consequences if you lose. So you can paper trade. It's not going to do a lot for you because it will do something for you. It'll teach you the words, it'll teach you how it works. You know, but there's a lot of things that don't happen in paper trading that don't happen in the real world. One of those is I go in for 500 shares on a limit order on paper trade. I get filled every time. I'm going to see if I can do a 10,000 trade on this penny stock because it's not a lot of money. I can afford that. You're always going to get filled. But when you are in pre-market, you're in after hours, and it's just limit orders, okay? You're not always going to get filled on those. You may get filled a certain amount, but you got to remember and see what you get filled because what happens is, you have a margin account, and you get filled, let's say 200 shares out of 500, okay, and then you go to sell your position. You're still set up on a 500. So you only have 200. So when you sell it, now you get out of the 200, the next 300. If it's easy to borrow, you're now in a short. You see, there are things that they don't teach you. There are things that you only learn from people like me telling you, or the bad experience you get when it happens. So there's a lot of things to learn. I say you should paper trade with a lot less shares. I mean, you should real trade with a lot less shares. Go into some cheaper stocks, watch that stock for a while, and only trade with 1, 2, 3, 5 shares. So if you lose, you're not going to lose a lot. And if you win, you're not going to win a lot. But you'll get that real feeling because it's real money, opposed to paper trading, which is playing a game with no consequences. Anybody else feel that way? And that's it. And what NKFW says, it's to control my emotions. It's exactly what it's about. Is learning how to control your emotions. Don't get back and revenge trade. That's emotions. When you lose, take a step back. Don't just jump back in. Over trading, you make some good money, you have a certain plan for the day, and you meet your goal. Keep your goal. Get out. Somebody just said, I just met my goal. I'm going to the Rockies, okay? I'm going to have a few beers, I'm going to go climb a few mountains, and that's what you need to do. Don't lose your life, okay? One of the hardest things about being a moderator sometimes is you lose your life because you get so involved inside the room, and then you jump to the next room, and I'm here from 7 in the morning till 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 days a week. You know what? My ass hurts. I need a better chair. And I really think that for all that I do for you guys in the room, that I should put my PayPal account out there, and you should all make donations and buy me a new chair. What do you think? Come on. If every next month I get you guys to pitch in 10 here, 15 here, I could get a new chair. And it won't hurt you. It doesn't have to be expensive gamer chair like yours, Chicago. It doesn't have to cost me $1,500. There's a couple of X chairs I could live with for $600, $700 that I know will do the job right. But yeah, they're gamer chairs. But I don't like leather. I don't want that leather anymore. I don't want that heavy feeling like I got now. I want something that breathes so my ass ain't hot all the time, you know? Because when I come in here, I got to turn a fan off because you hear it and you hear the humming noise. These microphones, they pick up everything. This is what kind of microphone is this again? Zeddy? Oh gosh, I forgot. Zeddy Pro. Zeddy Pro? I think that's what it is. Open my sound settings. Let's see what it says. Speakers? Doesn't say. What about microphone? Display sound. I'm in that. Microphone. Oh, Yeti Nano. Yeti Nano. That's it. Okay. So I was going to get the Yeti Nano Pro. It's got a few more attachments on it. But I know through OBS you can add in some of those attachments that the microphone does not have, and you can get that same response. But the Yeti Pro is really good. Yeah, my Yeti, it's crispy clear. I think my son bought it for me on Amazon. He paid about $60, $70. And I was going to buy the Pro used or refurbished or whatever it was through eBay. I could have got one for about $75 to $90 for a Pro. They're about $250 new. Depending on where you go, $175 to $250. But you know what? This worked out fine. But they're very, they can pick up a pin drop on the other side of the room, 15 feet away. So I have a fan that's on. If I turn it on, you can hear it. Let's see if you can hear this one. I got another machine here. Does something else. Listen. Can you hear that? Can anybody hear that noise? Now I'm going to turn it off. You can. Now watch. That's just another machine. That's a machine that puts off ozone. It's an ozone machine. And what it does is it takes out any odors that a room might have. And that particular machine I have because of my cat. Yeah, it'll kill the cat. I love that. That's the cat getting fanned off. You see, but I can't use the fan because the fan makes too much noise. That's the problem. That's funny. Somebody I like with Changes, I think it was Changes put this the other day. Oh, I don't know if it's in this one. Hold on, let me let's look. That was really cool. Hold on, let me see if I got that. It was probably put into, let's see, odd. I got a folder called Odd Photos. Let me go down a little and see if it's in here. Let's see, I think I called it. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay. Somebody put this on the other day. I thought it was so cool. Ready? Bye. That's the cat in the couch. I think that was Changes who put that in there. Was that you? Funny girl. I love some of the stuff that we put up. It's very cool, you know. So anybody have any thoughts on the 20 thoughts your mind has before entering a trade? That was only the first 10. You want to hear the next 10? If it goes up X amount of dollars, I can have X amount of dollars. Let me take that risky trade. You're so stupid. You're excited too quickly, and now the stock kept going. Stay in longer. 13. The stock did well yesterday, so it'll do well again. Go heavier on the trade. 14. Give up. You keep losing. You don't even know how to make support and resistance lines. I have so many people I know who ask me all the time, I got this down, but I just don't know where to put the support and the resistance lines. All I need is the 1 penny stock to go up $1, and I'll pay off all my debt. And that's true. If he can do it so well, so can I. That guy's only 28. I'm 50 plus. How come, I should be able to do this? Too many things are happening in this chart. I don't know what to focus more on. I think the stock is going to trade. Everyone online is saying it's good, so it has to be good. The stock market is a scam. No one can make money in this market. These are some of the thoughts that go through some of the people's minds in these rooms. And again, that came from How to Be a Consistent Trader from the professor. These are some of his thoughts that he wrote down. I'm going to get to meet him in person in about 2 weeks from today. We will be at the seminar, and those of you who can't be there will be looking for whoever is out there doing a live chat, because it won't be Deck. Deck will leave his scanner on, and I will be there. I'm going to bring my computer, but I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what their setup is. I find it really hard to trade with just one computer, but I want to still be in touch with the room if possible. And I want to plug in so I can plug my laptop in, Anyway, so I'm looking at this BTTX. It looks like it's in the toilet again. And I can actually take off that bottom line because it really, at this point, it don't matter. It's not there, and it's not working off that line anymore. And right here, like I told you before, it'll probably go close to the VWAP on this one. And let's see what AMD did, because I went off that one for a second too. And AMD also, it started to come back a little. So there was your bottom. There's your TTM scalper telling you that you should get in going up. You would have got in at the second candle after, which is 93.50, let's say, around 93.50. And right now we're at what? 94. That would have been 50 cents going back up. So there's a half a point right there. So if you had 500 shares, well, even if you had 100 shares, you would have made a quick $50. So right there, you can make money in stocks like this on slow, going up slow. And that's what I like about some of these bigger these cap stocks, because they don't move as fast. You can get in, you can get out. And another thing is, you might get scared looking at some of this. So what does it look like on a 5-minute? I really like to know sometimes, what does the 5-minute look like? And that was one big up until you wouldn't have even seen all the stops coming. You would have stayed in until it finished and started to come back to red. All right. Some people use, Matt says he uses also the 3-minute. So there's 1, 2, 3, and then it hit a top. When it hits that doji, that of course is when you'd want to get out of that stock. So when it hit 94, hit over 94, I might have gotten out. You may not have even seen that. It says 94.33. I don't think it really realized that much when it went. And when you look at it this way, it says, maybe it did, 94.39. So you could have made some money on this stock going back. AMD is a great stock. Goes up, goes down. These are stocks that have movement. So even in options, if you went long and it went down like it did, there's enough movement where it will pay off the premium on the actual trade and give you enough money. So if you look here, if you went around here and you said, this stock's going to go long, all right? But it didn't. You think that was it was going to go long about here. And it didn't. And it came all the way down. You would have paid a premium, so it would have gone the other way. You would have made enough points going down to cover the premium for the loss if you straddled that actual, Stangles, straddles, depending on which one you used. There has to be enough movement. A stock cannot just go sideways or just below 2 or 3 points. Then you lose all around. You just lose and you make nothing. You're too cheap for that. Wow. I have a Rabbit Air, only uses small watts, and it purifies the air. I have bought 5 of them since 2012. I have, mine is called, hold on. Mine's the Fresh Air EcoTech, and I've owned about 5 of them in the last 10 years. I rebuy them from eBay. I fix them up one machine to the other, and then I resell the parts back to eBay through there. EcoTech. What's it called? Okay, what is it? Ozone Machines. Ozone Machine. Let me see what comes up. I'll recognize it if I see it. Ozone generator. That's it. EcoQuest purifies. So, just to give you an idea. Ooh, there it is. Okay, so let's see if I can save as Purify Machines. This. I don't know if this is going to work or not. I don't know if that's a picture. That may not be it. I don't think you can save the picture. So, for anybody who wants to see what it looks like, the machines that I use, they're very expensive machines. You can they're EcoQuest purifiers, and they put off a very small amount. You can put a lot of ozone out; it will kill you and the cat and everything in the house. But those are the machines that I use. Let me see if it opens. Yeah, it does. They're about $1,000. I think you can get them for about $800. I've never paid that kind of money. I used to buy them for about $400 or $500. Yeah, and they're great if you have animals, for sure. They will neutralize the actual smell, give it a little sweet. If you put too much ozone, you could end up with some respiratory problems, so be very careful. But I only have one running now. I used to have 2. My neighbor next door, I'm in a condo, was complaining too much, that she could smell it, and she's got cancer of the throat, and it was hurting her, and so I took one machine out and sold it in my kitchen. I really only care about the one in my bedroom anyway. I don't want to smell me. And we're very clean, but we're in tight quarters, and this carpet needs to be changed, and I can't move the furniture because it's too heavy and I'm too old. I need 3 of you very strong, able, young bodies to come here and help me. Funny. Yeah, you'll be coming over soon. You live close to me. You got to get out of the house. Okay, we're about 2:25. I don't know if Deck's coming back. With Deck, you just never know if he's coming back or he's not coming back. So, I usually open up the doors for him at 2:30. And let's see if he's put anything out there in his room. Yes, my dream area. So, he's still there. Let me just ask him. Okay, I wrote him a little note and said hello. Anyway, so pretty much the market's gone flat. It really, really has. And I hope none of you are chasing. I mean, 'cause I did one little run today for $7.50. I wasn't even going to do anything today. I just did it to show you can get in quick and make something. But the truth is, I showed you AMD enough times that you really could have made serious money on it. I just didn't trade it. I just decided to take a day off. And I was very fortunate because I did make money yesterday, and what was Monday? I made money Tuesday, but I didn't make anything today. I lost on Monday. I lost big. I got hurt because I went to buy AMD. I think it was AMD or was it Uber? One of the two. I think it was AMD. And I went to, it was on the earnings thing. I went to short the stock, and it hit a high of 97. Yeah, it had to be AMD. It was 97, and I hit the wrong button. I hit the buy button just as it hit the high of day, and I was trying to short it, and I had the shorts, and it went down $2 instantly, and I lost $1,000, $1,060. It killed my day. But you know what? I didn't beat myself up. It happens, and the reason it happened is because I'm more used to going long. I do long more than I go short. So my mind knew the right trade to make, But when I went to do it, I looked up and I forgot to move my mouse over a split hair, and I hit the wrong button. By the time I saw what happened, it was too late. I just got out, and that was too late. So I will jump into the mic briefly, but Living Like Matt takes over. Okay, so Deck just told me that. In fact, I'll show you what he said. For all of you, what I'll do is I'll get back out of that room, go back in my room, and I asked Deck if he was going live, and he wrote, he will jump on the mic briefly, but Living Like Matt now takes over the afternoons. So I think what's going to happen at this point, unless anybody has any more questions, some of you might want to go watch Matt. I don't know. Maybe he talks too fast for some of you. I got him to correct his charts. Like you see my charts in the background, it always tells you the stock, and you can see up here. With his charts, I was not able to see what stocks. I don't really like his setup at all. It doesn't edify me. I understand what he's doing and why. He doesn't use he uses a small time in sales. He goes through it so fast, and he's looking at it back and forth, and making everything move too quickly. And he talks a mile a minute, and he's always blowing his nose. So it is what it is, So I'm just telling you. If you want, I'll hang out a little longer and watch over the stocks. If not, some of you want to jump over to Living Like Matt. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Sometimes I like to listen to him, see what he's doing. I'll probably switch out of Deck's room. He's going to go jump on the mic right now in 1 minute. What I can do also, if you don't want to jump over, I can turn Deck's mic on live for me for a second, and we can hear what he's saying. So if anything's really going on, let's see. He's still not on because I've got them both on. He's coming in the room right now, and let's see. I have the Webinito on, so it should.
All right,
there you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, just want to jump back
Can you hear
on
that?
the mic here very quickly at this time and make sure that you guys understand what is currently going on.
Just listen for a second.
So, what are we seeing at this time? What are we focused on? What are we looking at? What should we be aware of?
I don't know. What should we be looking at,
Obviously,
Deck?
the big talk of the town right now is, will the S&P 500 crack back down and hit a brand new low of the day? One of the biggest red days we have seen so far in 2022. You might say, Deck, this doesn't seem like one of the biggest red days in 2022, but the answer is, it is. If you guys take a look
Unbelievable.
right now over on FinViz, look at where the Dow's at. The Dow has now fallen 100 or 1,100 points on the day, 3.5%. The S&P 500 has fallen 4% on the day. Team, let's think about what we usually see here. Once we fall 20%, right, we are going to be in a bear market. We are going to be coming up towards a recession. Imagine 4% on a day, 25% there, right? And
This is the S&P right now,
So
folks.
that is a
Look at
very
it.
wild
I have
thing
never
to
seen
see.
a day this
If we take
red
a look
before.
over at CNBC.com, obviously, this is
That
all
is
from
amazing.
rates being raised. So we can see
That's just now.
Dow tumbles 1,000 points. NASDAQ loses nearly 5% in the worst day of the year for stocks. Whoa. Stocks suffered their worst day of the year on Thursday, pulling back sharply and completely erasing a rally from the prior session in stunning reversal that deepened the market losses for 2022. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 1,100 points, or more than 3%.
And this right
The
now,
S&P
other
500
than
Nasdaq
shorting
Composite
stocks,
fell
is the
3.7%
reason.
and
This is right
4.9%
now. I just took the
respectively.
chart
The
from
moves
the
come after a
Dow.
major rally on the
That's
stocks
just
on
the
Wednesday.
Dow,
The Dow
'cause I can't
surged
copy all three at one
9.38
time.
Points, or 2.81%, and the S&P 500 gained 2.9% for their biggest gain.
Nasdaq's down 678 points. S&P's down 160,
Yesterday, guys,
and the Dow's down
we had the biggest green day we had in the
1,143.
market. Today, we have the
We're
biggest
almost
red
back
day
to the
we have
point
in the market.
where Trump
So
left
we are
it.
just continuing to see right
2
here
years ago.
these big drops. The S&P 500's worst days of 2022. Notice what we have. We have biggest declines, May 5th, Cinco de Mayo.
Cinco de Mayo.
More like Cinco de Crasho. Deck, please stop. Okay, I apologize. So, we have again 3.72% drop. April 29th, 3.6, 2.9, 2.8, 2.7.
This
So
is
you can
amazing.
see
I
we are
have
in
never seen
drop
over $1,000 drop
large
in a
tech
day.
stocks were under
Thank
pressure.
you, Joe
Amazon
Biden.
fell
You're really
6%
doing a
today.
lot for the
Microsoft
world.
fell 5%
You know, if
today.
we see inflation,
Nasdaq's
the
biggest
world
decline.
sees inflation.
You can see again,
If
we're
we
dropping
never
even
stop the
farther here.
pipelines and the gas and the
So we're
oil
seeing
flow,
these plays-
we'd be
we're seeing
energy
this market
efficient. The world would be
just
energy
absolutely
efficient.
fall
But
apart
now
at
that
this
there's
time,
war
and we
between
are again
Ukraine,
now seeing
that stops. You know
close to
that
a
China,
low of the day.
I mean,
Right, we are
Russia,
coming on down
Ukraine,
towards
and
that
China
411
are the
mark.
three
We have the
largest
SPY. Let's put that up on the top level 2 right here. We put
wheat
Amazon,
growers in the
and
world.
Amazon is
India
a
too.
Wonderful.
So we've just
long-term
lost
investment.
2 out of the 3.
Wonderful long-term investment, and it is
That's
getting
gonna have a
cheaper
large
and cheaper
effect
and
on our
cheaper by the
food.
minute. Personally, traders,
How many
I
of you know
cannot
what's
wait.
going on with the
I
food
am
in this
so
country?
excited right
Do you
now.
know that
I am so
Bill
ecstatic at
Gates
this
now
moment.
owns
I
more
am
than
so fired
50%
up
of the
at this time.
farmland producing
What does it
food
come
for this
down to?
country? That's a scary
Patience,
thought.
Patience, Steve. We are getting to that area. Trust me, everyone.
We
Stick
are.
with me, everyone. If you guys stick with me, you are going to be making money. Okay?
Mm.
And the reason why I say that is because the S&P 500 is we are doing what other traders can't do at this moment. We are staying
Shorting.
patient. We are staying disciplined, right? And we are waiting for that best move. So the S&P 500, as this heads on down towards that recession, as this gets weaker and weaker and weaker, guess what, traders? There are thousands of people in the stock market right now throwing money in and losing it. 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 Right now, we're just holding our money. We're just being conservative.
That's right.
You know what we're going to do? We're going to put all of our money in when we find that bottom. Right now, the S&P 500, we're crashing, we're dumping, we're getting weaker. And while there are traders that are freaking out, when there's traders again saying they're losing a ton, we haven't lost a dollar. We haven't lost anything yet. We haven't lost anything whatsoever. The reason why is because we are being disciplined. Right? So the S&P 500, watch for this one to continue to drop. The main focus,
That's the
main
end of the
goal
coffee.
is to get underneath 400. I
Okay.
had a lot of traders ask me, Deck, where are you going to jump in on everything? I want to get in my full account when we're back on down towards 375. 375 or lower, I'm putting my entire account in on the stock market. That means I'm going to start with
Are you talking about the
500,000,
SPY?
put in again 750,000, put in $1 million
The SPY.
into the stock market. I'm not going to put margin. I'm not going to do margin. I'm just going to do straight cash. But that's what I'm going to be doing coming on up here. And as we can see as of now, how long is that going to take? I mean, it could take
We're at 411
a
now.
couple weeks to maybe 1 or 2 more months, right? But we're going to catch this bottom. And we're going to catch this bottom as a team.
This is
We're gonna
where
catch this bottom as
millionaires
a
are
team.
made in
And I
a
wanna
down
be sure
market.
all of our
More
members
millionaires
here,
are made
every
and
single member
billionaires
here
than ever
is a member
before.
that is saying to themselves, yes, we got in near the bottom. We got in at 380. We got in at 360. We got in at 375.
I got it at 325.
In December, again, about 8 months from now, you see the S&P 500 breaking up towards, again, 500. We see new record highs after the recession. Traders say, oh, when did you buy in? Say, oh, I bought in like $120 ago. They say, what? How? Well, I just stayed really patient.
I
stayed
put everything
disciplined.
in I
This
own.
was happening. Deck talked about it every single day. We reviewed everything.
Hold on, folks.
and
I just
we're
gotta
really
get coffee.
prepared for this drop. So that's what we're looking for over on the S&P 500. We're just looking for this continuously falling, continuously dropping, continuously getting weaker, right? So S&P 500 still falling. Talked about these
Help
rates.
me, I think I'm
Notice as the
falling.
S&P 500 starts falling and fading and dropping, there hasn't been many options. There has been CYN today. CYN had a morning spike, did nothing for about 4 hours, and it's now trying to get a little bit of an afternoon spike. So CYN is the only play that I'm seeing at this moment. BCCX is done. If you want a day trade going into this afternoon, if you want to look for a potential swing trade going into this afternoon, you have to look at CYN. That's really the only option. Other than that, we're watching the S&P 500 fall. We're watching Amazon just get weaker and weaker and weaker. Take a look at Amazon, guys. Amazon has just been dumping and dumping and dumping and dumping and dumping. Falling, dropping, dropping, dropping. Right? So again, Amazon's still falling. Amazon's still dumping. Amazon's still, dropping here. How's again Apple? How's Apple doing? Apple's had again a few red days. We want Apple to crack that 15 moving average. Go underneath the 15 moving average. How's Google right here. Google's been again falling. Team, we are in that bear market. We are seeing this get weak. I mean, I know I expressed it a lot, but who else is excited about this? Like, who else is, realizing, oh my goodness, Deck, like we have.
All right, have you heard enough of Deck?
about 10 years. Like this recession, this bear market is
You know what it sounds like to
happening.
me?
We're getting to that level.
If when it happens.
So trust
It's
me.
like a woulda, coulda, shoulda. If when it
Give
happens.
time. Give it again a few weeks. Give it again
More than
month
a few
and
weeks.
two. But we are going to nail this bottom.
We are nailing
We
it.
are going to come out on top, and we are going to make this. work.
Adrian
And
from
we
Music,
going
how
to
are you
actually
today?
Crush it as a team.
Bring them higher.
All right.
Bring Deck
So right
higher.
now, S&P 500 is falling. Whatever you guys got to do, of course, make sure you guys are.
No, I'm gonna turn them off,
those,
actually.
possible bottoms in that next month and a half. So I think it's going to be probably midsummer. We're going to find that bottom. And that
Okay.
bottom that
And with that, I'm going to turn Deck off. But I just wanted to hear a little bit about what he wanted to say. And you know what? I agree with him. I really think that things are not going to get better with the environment, with the economics that's going on in this country. And as they get worse in this country, they're going to get worse out there. And you have to believe that there's a lot of stuff going on that are totally out of our control. And you got to be very careful with your trading because the markets are going to get destroyed. They're going to crash. It could be, I don't know, at that time in, what was it, in 1993 or something, or whatever year when that market crashed. We could be looking at that. We could be looking at a recession like some of us. I'm 67 years old. I have never, ever lived through a recession. Okay? Not in my lifetime. And the closest we got to that, a recession, was very, very high inflation with Jimmy Carter. And it's always the Democrats, the blues, that have this thing about spending money and doing things that are going to change the world. And every time the Reds come in, they put the world back in order. And unfortunately, I'm not here to talk about politics, but unfortunately, it's bad politics that got us where we're at right now. And it's very unfortunate that we would have been in such a fine position if the man that everybody seems to hate so much, Donald Trump, had gotten in again. And unfortunately, he didn't. And now we're faced with something at the worst times ever, which is China, who's sitting by, and they are the evil giant, just waiting to wake up and stomp on the world. Russia's nothing. They're nothing. They're just a little threat to the neighboring countries in their area. And what's happening now, what's going on is making NATO stronger and stronger. And there are a lot of countries that never, ever considered before to join NATO, like Switzerland and Sweden, that are now coming aboard because they see the writing on the wall. They see China, they see Russia is going to turn off the switch to the gasoline and the gas going to the countries that need it the most, and they think they're in control. But you know what? That's the money that makes them their bombs and keeps their wars going. So in the end, they're going to stomp on themselves, and hopefully America's going to wake up, and we're going to do what we did before and do what Trump did for us and make us energy independent once again, where the rest of the world could depend on us. And as long as the rest of the world depends on America, then America will continue to be the greatest country in the world. But at the rate we're going and opening up our borders, we're putting national security at risk. And we're putting our stock market at risk. We're putting everybody who's in here, who's depending on this to make a living and stop doing what they're doing, they're looking at this to depend on bettering our lives. And it can very well be done. But unfortunately, we were looking at some very, very tough times. And if you look under recession right now, what some of the big boys are saying and the big companies and the biggest economy people are saying, we're looking at a recession probably anywhere from the beginning of 2023, maybe possibly. I don't know if we're going to see it just yet. I like 2022, but we're looking at it in 2023 at the rate we're going. This is going to be the worst we've ever seen. Let me tell you something. Don't believe me now, but I'm telling you right now, if you're going to stock up on anything, you better start stocking up on enough toilet paper to last you for at least 2 more years into the future. And once you do that, then keep buying what you need for right now. You can always use and sell off what you got, but you can't get it when you ain't got it. So you'll be looking for that damn squirrel in the woods to wipe your butt. So I don't mean to talk this way, but this is about what's going to happen. And if I took you in my other bedroom, I have a whole closet filled with toilet paper and paper goods, and my wife keeps buying more and more. I'm going to prepare myself. I'd rather come up and say, wow, honey, look what we did. We got our own little supermarket going on here, than to say, holy shit, we ain't got nothing to wipe our butt with. And I'm going to leave it at that. That darn toilet paper. Who put up that roll earlier? One goes off, one goes on, one goes on. That was pretty cute. It was in Deck's room earlier. So how we... Leaf? Is that what I think it is? That looks like mint leaf. There you go. That's the Lysol plant. Ain't look like no bud I know. There it is. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. Okay, let's see. And make sure you have some of this in the house. Where is it? Give me a second. And if all else fails, let's see. You can always resort to this. Yup, a weed. It's a weed. Bidget? What's a bidget? Bid it? Bid it? Bite it? What is that, a coca leaf? That could be a coca leaf. Is that a coca leaf? I know what's on her mind. Let me see. They didn't look different. No, that ain't it. That looks different. If you're going to chew on something, then you might as well, let's see. Let me get rid of this. Okay. Back down. I won't back down. What's that song? Don't back down. We'd be using leaf for toilet paper. Oh, I gotcha. How about these leaves? You use these on your ass will be really numb. That is the coca leaf from South America. What the heck's on your mind today, boy? Wow. You haven't used drugs in 20 years. That's what this world's coming to? That's what it's doing to my head.
Last year we played for over 1 million people.
Somebody turn me on to
I don't know,
this.
did anybody see us last year with the Def Leppard?
Oh, wow, the
guys?
guy from Def Leppard. Ryan
It's the
Welch.
biggest.
Oh, I gotta stop this. If I can't leave that on. You know what they'll do? They'll hit me for an SME infringement. Last week I did a video, and I said, let's just lay back a little, play some music in the background. And what happened is, and I said, it's really funny, the song came, Blue Something or Other by Bob Dylan. Some song came on, and I said, that's really weird. I met Bob Dylan in New York. I go, he's a real creep. I met him. He acted like I don't know you. He's terrible to his fans, So he just walked on. The next day, I get a thing from YouTube. They took the video off, and I played a lot of songs. It was the one by Bob Dylan. They took it off for infringement. So I can see the video, but you can't. I have to figure out how to cut that part out. And there's a lot of video. It's good video because I did a lot of good training, educational stuff that day. So it was after 4. I can take everything after 4 o'clock out, and I'd be fine. So, and here's AMD trying to make another run for the money. Okay, so it just went where you can see the scalper said right there at $93.10, $93.20, and now we're at 93
70. That's a good run right there. It doesn't look like much, but you know what? It's going up. AMD, I told you folks, is definitely a stock you can make money on. It's a good stock. Plus, like for most of us, if you're a gamer, I mean, your computer's not going to run without it. That's an AMD chip that makes it run. I don't use AMD. I'm using, what do you call it? I am using Intel Core i7. So, anyway, 248. We're almost at power hour. We'll take another look down the charts real quick. Nothing here. BTTX is pretty much it's dead for the day. I think it's done. HDSN, it's above the VWAP, so anything can happen. We'll see in after hours. I think that the market is so low today that to even find a stock that has anything going on would be exceptional, you know? And it would probably have to be a larger cap stock to find anything, like maybe Twitter. Let's see if Twitter's around. Do I have Twitter in here? What happened to Twitter? Wow, I didn't take it out. TWTR. Let's see, is it in there? Twitter. I don't see it. There it is. Okay, it is in there. It's in the green. Okay, I got it. I was right. My mouse right on it. Twitter. Nothing's happening. See, Twitter's down. It's still in the green, so it's up for the day. But other than that, the only stock that seems to be running, and it was in the black, is AMD. There's really nothing going on. I wouldn't be running after anything. Adrian, take a look right now before you decide to go into CYN or anything. I would go look at, that was the top stock, CYN. It's coming down. Go look right now at the where was it? Was it this one here? Yeah, look at this. Look at the Dow. I'm going to put it up there again. 1,100 points. This is the worst day in the history of the last year or so of the stock market. So the truth is, I'm not going to rush into anything and lose any good money. I will wait to play another day. Do not have FOMO. Do not have the fear of missing out. Don't get caught in a fake out breakout. Just hold your money. Go watch an educational film on options. If you need something, I will give you pages, okay? Here's one that you can go to at any time, and you can pick the brains off of this page and learn something. That's on options. You can go to this page if you have Thinkorswim. Now, you could probably download Thinkorswim. I don't know if you could trade on it if you don't have Ameritrade, but you can go in here, and there's a whole course in the back here in Thinkorswim on options, and then you can go into Ameritrade itself in the educational part, and there's a whole thing with tests. Take the course. Take the course. Take your time taking the course. There's no rush. Rome wasn't built in a day. Take the course. I don't care if it takes you a month. Just do one little chapter a night. Take the test and refresh yourself the next day, and then take the test, okay? And the more education you get through Ameritrade and TOS, the greater chance you have of upgrading your options account or any account later on, because they look at that, you get points, and those points will automatically bring you up, all right? So I don't know how many points I got right now, but I have a good standing account for 4 years with over $25,000 for over 4 years. And anytime I've gone below into margin, I've always brought it back up. So I'm in good standing with them. So do yourself a favor. If you want to learn options, this is a good time. Don't watch a pre-market today and try to chase some stock that you're going to lose your money. I did that yesterday before, and I lost my money. But I had the right stock. I would have made $1,000, okay? And yesterday I got lucky because I went into that stock. I went into BKI, I think after hours, and I made a quick $456 in like 18 seconds. And that brought my day back, you know, from the negative to the positive. And that's all it takes is one good trade. Even when you're down $1,000, it only takes one good trade, all right, to flush all those bad ones away. So we got about, what did I do? I heard something. What did I touch? Uh-oh. That's on. Good. I got 2 control panels, and I got a foot that likes to wander and it hits buttons. That was weird. I heard something. All right. Anybody have any questions? Anything I can answer? We're dwindling down. We're 18 of us. 18 solid. I'd love to play music, but it's going to ruin the wing. I'd have to stop the actual stream
Oh, I never resumed the stream. Guess what? That wasn't all recording. I can't believe it. I ruined the stream. I ruined it again. Okay. No big deal. I think I was pretty much past. When I locked it out, I did the pause and I forgot to resume it. So even though you see it, that's good. I didn't know that before. I could have played the music. You're going to have to sell toilet paper on eBay. No, I won't. I'm keeping all the toilet paper to myself. So anyway, I think because of the day and what's going on, I think I'm gonna get off at about 3 o'clock for Power Hour, because I don't think Power Hour there's really anything going to happen today that I can't do without. And right now we're down 1,100. Let me refresh this page. We're down 1,152 points, 662 points in what do you call it? In the Nasdaq, and 159 in the S&Ps. So for all of you who want to see the charts, it's disgusting. You can go into FinViz, and the thing that gets me the worst is this other chart. Save the image as. Okay, let's make it download 3. Let's save it, and I'm going to come back in here. I had it before. Let me get rid of it here. Okay, let's go back in here. And let's get download 3. And you can see today's map is the reddest I have ever seen it. This is totally unbelievable. And this is not a market you want to chase. This is a market you should be shorting. Or you should have been shorting. Look at this. This is disgusting. And who's to blame for all this? This is very scary, because I have a feeling we're going to see more and more days like this. I think this is it. I think we're very, very close to the end of a very good stretch in stock market time. I think we're going to see more days like this. And you're going to see a lot of people losing their accounts, chasing it, when they think it's going to go, and it's not. If you don't have an account that you can short, you better get one. Because otherwise you're going to take some time out. I hope you all can see that. This is a very scary time. You know, it's hard to believe that right now we're down to 32.9. 32.9. We were up to almost 34. Let's see. So what is the highest? Let's see. Somebody beeped. Give me 1 second. Taylor. A little like that. Okay. Anyone have any questions? AK. All right. That's just deck. Okay. Does anybody know the highest the Dow has ever been? Okay, so it was 36,000. Wow, 36,000 on January 4th. Okay, the market closed January of 2022. All right, I'm going to put that on the board so you can see that was the highest. So we're at 36.8 now. Okay, it's pulling back and we're at 32.4. Right? So where was the market? Where was the Dow? Where was the Dow when Trump left office? So I already know that when Obama left office it was 18,000, which was the highest at that time the market had ever been. Which president caused the stock market crash? What president caused the crash? Herbert Hoover, 1929. The worst crash. Dow correction in territory. Trump brags about the 30,000 at Surprise News. Okay, so when Trump was president, it went to 30,000. Okay, it even went higher than that. I believe. Let's see. Let's see if I can do this right. Where was the Dow on December 2000 and what would it be, 19 or 20? 20. Okay. December 2020. Where was the Dow? Okay, so it closed at, that was a high. How did the benchmark? Right then it was one of the highest. It was a record high. That was on December of 2020. Okay? And the market hit then 30,409. So right now it went up to 36. 2 years later, it managed to get in 2 years to 36,000. But already in just 4 months, February, March, April, May, in
We're in May. 4 months, it's dropped 4,000 points more. Okay? I think this is just the start. I think that we're going to see. And I think Deck is right, but I think he's wrong about one thing. Okay? I think that the Dow could drop down even lower, and I think the SPY, which I think he was talking about buying at 275, can go lower than that. I think we can see a total collapse. This thing could go back down to where it was when Obama was president. They can go down to 18 to 20,000. Because already once, since Joe's been president, I think it was Joe, that already went back down to 18 or 20 one time. Does anybody know when that was? Where was the Dow in 2020? Where was... Okay, the Dow closed at 23. Here we go. March 11th, 2020. The Dow closed at 23.5. That was down 20% from February of 2020 high. That was March. That's about the time. Is that a year into COVID, or is that when COVID? Is that a year into COVID, or is that when COVID hit us in 2020 or 2019? It was 2020, wasn't it? Because I think he was president until, let's see, 16 to 20. So he finishes out 20, and 2021, Biden took over. This is 2022. So he's been president over a year already. Oh my gosh, look what he's done to this country. Stock is down 13%. Worst January to April performance since 9. So the S&P has fallen 13%. And this is the worst that it's fallen since 1939. If you don't think this is getting bad, this is something we need to worry about. For real. There's nothing we can do to change it. It's already been happening. It's already been in place. They put the Antichrist as the president, and you see what's happening. I didn't say that. I'll deny it. Anyway, just a thought. Come on, is anybody here? Is anybody even listening? Is my mic on? Adrian, are you here? Let's call up Adrian and see what he's up to. Is anybody listening? Does anybody want to talk to Adrian? Okay, this is what we do. We call up traders and we get them on the phone live and we see what they have to say. They'll give us a little hint of what's going on. Is this Adrian from music?
Hey, what's up?
Ah, it's Adrian. We got Adrian on the phone, folks. So,
Listening.
Adrian, I know you're listening. I just want to see if you wanted to talk to the room and give them a couple of good hints on what they should be doing about this fall in the market like this. This is over 13%. It's fallen just this year alone. And today the market's down 1,156 points. What's going on?
Yeah.
How do you see this?
Yeah, you and I. This is the start of the downhill. You and I spoke about this.
Absolutely, I agree.
You and I spoke about this years ago, and you and I, for whatever reason, we I don't know if it was FOMO or not, but we didn't go in on the 2020.
Do you remember that?
I called it.
We talked about going into certain stocks that if we had just held it for a year, we would have made.
Right.
We would have done anything for a year, but we would have made so much money. It's so ridiculous. All this chasing. Long term was the way to go. Right before COVID hit, it was amazing. Those COVID stocks took off.
Oh, that was,
Do you remember we used to trade all those stocks like MGM went down to $7. MGM's over $40 today. Oh, I see you mentioned it. Oh, I'm looking and I didn't even see that. RCL and CCL. Wow. That was
all the Caribbeans, all the MGM. What other one? Was it the Kodak and all those?
Can you? Those guys hear me on the mic check? He's saying mic check. Can you hear me? Can they hear me out there? They should be able to hear me.
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. He's on the phone. That's why it sounds a little lower. Okay. But he's right next to the microphone. He's really close. All right, good. I just want to make sure you can all hear. I made it a little louder on the speaker to pick it up. So.
All right.
So, and this is what we're going to do, eventually, especially when I get that other setup, like AK did. I'm going to bring some people in to talk into this room and talk to some other people. And I think it's all about not me teaching you everything or showing you what I know or going over live trading. It's more about we all have something to give, okay? And what I'd like to do is to synergize with the room and the other people in here who have something to share. And it doesn't have to be long. We could go through 3 people, let's say, in a day's time and get them on the phone or get them live and we can have a conversation. Because they won't type it. I can't get anybody here to type in the room. It's very rare. But I can get you to talk. If I shut up, I can get you to talk, right?
Right.
What's for lunch?
What do you think?
I
This is the beginning.
I think it's the beginning. I think within less than a year we'll be in a recession. And I don't think it's I think it's the inevitable. I think at this point what's going on, and you know what happens in the United States of America is the leadership for what happens in the world. I don't blame this all on Putin and what he did with Ukraine, right? But the fact is, if we had a real leader in the White House, he wouldn't have done what he did. If Trump was still here, he never would have pulled this shit. And China would still be in their spot because they know he was scary and they never knew what he would do. He didn't have to threaten. Just like with North Korea when he said, I've got a big red button. And what did Trump say? I've got a bigger button. And that was enough that he could walk over the line and do what no other president had ever done in history and go shake the hand of a communist leader in a country that never accepted the United States. We got close. That was the beginning. And before he left, he made peace through Israel with 3 Arab countries that Jared was able to put together. He deserves the Peace Award. Yet they gave that award to the Pulitzer Award to Obama. And what did he ever do? What did he ever do for this country? He didn't even do anything for the black people in this country. What did he do for his own people? You know what? He came from Illinois, from Chicago, right out of Chicago, right? And he did nothing for the black people. Okay, you would have thought he would have helped his own, but he didn't even do that. He just sounded good. That guy was a good soundboard. He was a good speaker. He really was. But yeah, he's great. But he's a liar and he's a puppet. And all we get out of the left is lies. Right to your face. Right to your face. You know what? Who was the guy who just died? Remember that speaker who died? He was in Miami. What's his name? I could picture him. What's his? It starts with an L, I think. What was his name? Oh my God! Anybody remember that speaker? The guy, he just died. In fact, they. Oh my God! I love that guy. I can't think of his name. The speaker who died. He was He had his own pod, his own program. It was out of Miami somewhere. But anyway, he used to tell it the way it really. Can't think of. No. Lombard. Yeah, what's his name? That's it. So Rush Limbaugh. I said it starts with an L. I said it with an L, and I couldn't remember his name. I just remember letters. Rush. Yeah, and see, Rush used to tell it the way it is. I loved it. He wore it on his sleeve. In fact, I think there's a black guy who took over for him. I don't really listen to it. I don't have the time, but.
He's a conservative too, no?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's an extremist. He's more. He's not moderate. He's far right. Like the other guy used to work in Washington. He had to go. You remember the guy used to work for Trump? He badmouthed Trump later on. I love these guys who love Trump. They were best friends. They came to work for him. Things didn't work out because Trump was Trump, And they had to, like the guy who was an economist. He worked for those big hedge funds. That little short kid opened his big mouth. He was fired within a week, After that, it was all like, Trump's bad, Trump's this, Trump's that. Trump is Trump. He's never changed. The only thing he changed, and he got smart, is he left the left become. Yes, that's it. Very good, Pendragon. I like this guy. I might tell you what that thing you asked me, but I got to tell you in private. You asked me something. You know what I'm talking about. Don't bring it in this room. I will tell you. I just can't tell you here. If you want, you can call me. I'll give you my number. Seriously, I just can't. I can't discuss it in here. Yeah, I'll leave you a private message with my number, and we can talk. All right. Let's see. Give you my name. No. All right, you got it. It's up to you. The rest is on you. All right, and I'll tell you. He looks like an old guy like me in the picture. I like that. But you know, a lot of people don't understand what's really, really going on, and you know. But I'll tell you something, folks. If you're prepared and you're strapped in right, okay, and your account's in good settings right now, even if it isn't, you need to be able to short stocks. You need to be able to do options if possible. Look at CYN now. It went down from 475 to 4. That went down now 3/4 of a point. You could have made some good money on that stock if you had the shorts. I don't have that through TOS, and I've got to get my Trade Zero account working. I have money in it. I just have to get it working right. So you can make a lot of money, believe it or not, in the kind of market that's happening now and the direction we're going. More millionaires and billionaires have been made through this kind of a market, through a down market, than on an up market. And that's a fact. And you know, I was listening to, like I said, somebody in here. I don't know if she's here right now. I don't know if I should mention her name. Just see something. She's not here. Okay. Dawn owns a share of, or I don't know how many shares she's got, but what's that called? The Warren Buffett stock? Hathaway, what's the name of that company? It's the most expensive stock there is out there, okay? What is that? Hathaway, let's see. I can't think of the name. I'm terrible. Let's see. Stock, Warren Buffett. Okay, let's see. Warren Buffett dividend, Berkshire. Okay, the Berkshire stocks, Berkshire Hathaway, what's it called, something like that. He was talking, and I was watching, and I was listening to Berkshire Hathaway. Thank you. This guy Pendragon, he's on the mark. My mind, you gotta understand, my head's going in so many different directions that I know where it's coming from. I know what I want to say. I just can't always get it out. But yeah, and I was listening to some of the things he had to say about these markets. And you can go online. You can go online right now. Let's see if I can find the actual Warren Buffett Hathaway dividends. They were talking. They just had a whole thing when he goes there and they talk for a couple of days. Here it is. What's inside Berkshire Hathaway? And it talks about the last 4 days. They had a like a seminar on the stock and dividends, all that. But there's a lot of stuff that you can learn from that, and you can listen to some of the tapes. I actually taped out some of the stuff that was said, and I wrote it down somewhere. I have so much stuff that I've been printing out and writing down. Let's see if it was on the last page. I was doing anything on options. I'll be giving some of this stuff out too to some people. We're gonna Adrian and I could be putting together in the next few weeks. I have to get my nose in gear, and I've got to be putting out all these facts and figures I've been putting together for the last 3 years. Things that we say, things that are like cliches, and things that'll make you a better trader. Things that you need to remember on a daily basis. We're going to put it together in some sort of a little booklet, and then put it into a what do you call it? Like an attachment, some
PDF?
sort. Yeah, PDF, some sort of PDF, where we're going to make it available for everybody in the rooms. Okay, so. Maybe the first 50 people will get it for free, and then after that, maybe we'll charge a small amount just to cover the cost. But it won't be expensive, and it'll be worth it because I still go back and forth to those things, and I've been compiling this stuff, like the shorting list I have that I'm giving away for free to people who subscribe to my live cast. You know, my live stream. I'm going to make that available free, and maybe starting next week, I'll put it together where you can all send me an email address, and I can do an email blast, and I will block all the emails. So I hate when people do that. They send a blast out, and then you get this thing and see everybody's other's email. I won't do that to you, and I will just destroy it after. I don't do anything else, but I will send out all the stuff to you. You know, and I'll give you the list if you want. I would put it in, but it comes through Thinkorswim, and it comes as an Excel spreadsheet type. So you can take that, you can load it into a watch list like I have. So like if you're looking right now and look at my watch list on the top of the screen. If I go down to default and I go down to personal, you see it says e-shortable stocks, and I take this and you see this, and everything in here says ETB. Okay, and you go down, there's over 200 stocks in here, and every day I come across new ones and I put them in here, and then if some disappear, I take them out, and then what I have to do is I go like this, and it says export to a file. So whatever my newest one is at that day, I export it to a file, and I save it onto my. Oh wow, that's right. It's coming on this computer. I don't want it there, but it saves it as a file onto my desktop, and then I'm able to send you that file. And either you have to put them in one at a time, or there's a way to upload it into going through. I can't show you one here because it doesn't show the settings, but you have to go to Setup, and in the Setup on the top right of TOS, if you have Thinkorswim, you go down and it says Open Shared Item, and you can take that item and you can upload it into TOS, and you'll have it. And it won't change or destroy anything that you have. It'll just be there available for you to open up and use. And the reason I made this list is that there are times like now when it gets really, really slow and everything's down, all right, or things are high, all right, I want to look for stocks that I want to short. This was a perfect day to take. It was a slow day, and you could have taken some of these stocks and you could have been shorting them. And there are days when it's a regular day and it's slow, and let's say you can go to stocks that are on the bottom and look for stocks that are about to break out. So it's a great list to have, and I've been accumulating it for the last 3 years. You know, a couple here, a couple there. And like what I've done also, you see this ETB, borrow, all that good stuff. Also, if you look at, I already closed it. Let's see if I can find it real quick. All right, just give me a second. Do I have it in here? Everything got closed out before. Oh, this was, no. Okay, this was, how do I get out of this? I'm gonna close this one. That was on, you missed it this morning. I opened up and was showing them on, what do you call that? Not the scan, it's on options. Yeah, I opened up the options list. I guess I closed it, or I'll show you. But even in my list from my scanners, when I scan for new stocks, I showed some of you earlier. On the left side, on the bottom, I customized it and I put in there HTB, ETB. So now, just when I scan for stocks, even if I'm not going to use them, I'll take those and I'll write them down and I'll put them into my list. And I keep putting more and more and more into that shorting list. And people say there's like no stocks to short on TOS, but that's not true. It's just so you don't know what to look for. And they are in there. And I will make it available. Okay? And that's the way I see it. Wow, we were in Power Hour. I got a lot of things open.
Power Hour, that's right.
We are in Power Hour. So, it's been an amazing day. And I don't mean for me, financially, but it was an amazing day as far as watching the markets and what's going on. And I've never seen such a down market like this in a long time.
2020.
Yeah, well, it's been a long time. So I like to always put up and tell people, not that they don't know, but come on. It's Power Hour. All right.
Yeah, it's good.
All right, so Pendrigan, you got my number. You can call me and we'll talk about it later. All right, so I've talked to probably on the phone since, how long did I talk to you, Adrian? First time? Over 3 years?
Over.
Yeah, Adrian is the first one who's on the phone right now with us in the room. Adrian is the first trader that I talked to, that I helped with Thinkorswim 3 years ago or more. And we're good friends to this day. We yell at each other, we scream at each other, send me a birthday present. I mean, you know, we're like family already. So,
Yeah, we're like family already.
Definitely.
You know,
Like a
I've
brother.
known you over 4 years.
not 4, because I started 4 years ago in January of 2019. I just started my 4th year. And I've been a moderator about 2.5 years. But I did this before I was a moderator. I was calling people. I used to be under the name of Scooter Pie back then, before I was active trader. And one day when I retire from all this, I will become the inactive trader. So, you know, I like to have a good time. I like to enjoy myself, you know, and even when I lose, it doesn't matter. And it's one of the things that Warren Buffett said. He goes, you need to learn to be a good loser in order to be a good winner. And you can get so much out of the stuff that he had to say. You know, I'm going to see if I can find that real quick. Berkshire Hathaway. Okay, so it's Berkshire Hathaway All right, I got that part. And what was it? It wasn't a buffet. They had the meeting. Let's see. I don't know what it's called. The annual meeting was 2022. That's it. So what I'm going to do for you guys. All right, you can go through these pages, and it was in live in here through CNBC, and you can go in here and you can go through the stuff and see the things that he actually talked about and what he said. So some of it relates to what they do, but there's stuff you can read down, and it was pretty incredible to see what, You remember the old days, they say E.F. Hutton speaks and everybody listens? Well, you know what? When Warren Buffett speaks, people do listen, because the man has proven he's not the richest man in the world, but he's a philanthropist, and he's absolutely smart as a whip. Smart as a whip. I love what he says. It's made of the stock market's made of patient people waiting on the impatient people who get out of.
Is he conservative?
I don't know what he is. I really don't know. Don't care. He could be an independent. I don't know. I really don't. I mean, you can find that out. He probably is, just for the 25-year-old goes to Warren Buffett, just getting started. He's part of Real to Transform and Invest. Let's see. What? I have to put down. I forgot one word. Politici. I'm willing to bet he is, but let's see what it says. Warren Buffett political party is Democrat. He says, I'm a Democrat.
Oh.
He's a moderate Democrat. He views Sanders as too liberal to defeat Republicans, President Trump in 2020, and worry about fraction. But I'll tell you something. There's a lot of people who call themselves moderate Democrats, like that guy Manchin. Manchin is the guy who keeps going against what the Democrats stand for. And MTOR, thank you. I'll put that in right now and I'll bring it up on the list. Joe Manchin is a Democrat, but what happened to him is he actually the party moved. So where he was standing as a moderate, he doesn't know his party anymore. That's what happened. And there's a guy who does that late night program. That looks like something. There's not much going on in here in Moda, but this looks like it's going to have a mid-candle type breakout soon. It's at a low. It looks like the stock could take off. Look at the stock and tell me why they get the stock to go up 1 cent and then go cent exactly all day long. One guy manipulated. Absolutely. You know what? And I put something out there called market manipulation the other day about market movers who have so much money that they can do that. Okay. And yeah, you really have to go back to the history, because this is a stock that does nothing. Look at that. Somebody just bought 2 shares. He bought 100 shares. And you can look at the last stock. You go there. That was 1,100. Then there was 200. Then there was 700. Then there's so it goes back and forth, up and down, up and down. Why they even play this thing, I don't know. Until some news comes out and their earnings is not something for a reason to play a stock like this. I don't know. To me, when I see stocks with this kind of a form, I go away. I don't go near them. And you can see what happened. It went up, 36.08. That's the last time. It came all the way down. Was a good short. The stock was dead after that. See the consolidation and nothing. That's nothing. I would stay away from it. I really would. I would keep an eye on it until some news comes out, because that's the kind of stock. It's at a low where it's been for a long time, and it's a stock that can run. But in this market, you just don't know, because a lot of these stocks, they follow where the S&Ps go. And right now, with the S&Ps in the toilet, you can see that a lot of stocks are following, and they're in the toilet with it. And that's the way the country's going to follow. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing. These people are so stupid, you cannot talk to them. They think they're right all the time, and they point the fingers at others who are doing the right thing. And you know what? That's it. Market methods of stock manipulation. I put that out the other day. Thank you. You saved it. And you know what? It was just a word I thought in my head. I said, you don't realize, people, how much these markets are being manipulated. So when you get into a stock that has 5,000, 10,000, 20, 30,000 shares and less and you think it's because it's moving a little, they will take your money. So especially if you put a stop loss in, they will drop it for a split second. Just like he just saw. It went down a penny and went down so far and came right back up. They do this. They can put 50,000 shares out and in a split second, just you won't even see it. It'll happen so fast, but they'll pick up all the limit orders out. The people who put in, stop losses. So you got to be careful because there is a lot of stock manipulation going on, and it's totally legal. You know what? It's totally legal. It must be nice to have millions of dollars to manipulate a market, to be called a market mover. And you know what? These are terms I wouldn't have known. I just, from being around the last 4 years as a day trader, I never even realized these things even existed. So there's a lot of things that we need to do as new traders less than 4 or 5 years old. There's a lot of books and things that you need to read about the psychology that goes into stock trading. This is not just I look at a stock and I don't need to know everything about the company and I'm just going to follow the tides. You need to know what's going on. You need to know what makes you tick when you see the ticks on the board. Otherwise, you're going to get ticked out. And that's all it is. It's a doji, it's a tick. You get ticked out or ticked up, So, depending on which way you're going. Or dip by limit orders. That's right. I learned the hard way. So did I. Times I've lost $5,000-$6,000 in certain months from stocks like that. I did. Okay, we learned a lesson. But you know what? I said that was the price for me to go to day trading college. A doctor goes to school and he spends $1 million or more on an education, maybe more today, okay? And when it's all said and done, it takes him years to pay that back. Well, we pay a very, very heavy price when we come in here, and some of us have very little to start with, probably why 80% of new day traders don't make it, because they don't have enough money to keep going, and they make stupid mistakes that ordinarily they shouldn't. I made a stupid mistake on Monday. I hit the wrong button. I went to short the stock, AMD I think it was. I went to short it, and I hit the button when it was at the highest point, and I hit the buy button by accident and lost $1,060 in 4 seconds. That's all it takes. It was a mistake. And I said, you know what? I'm not chasing this. I'm going to take a step back. This is not a good day for me. It was after hours, and I said, I'm done. I'll make it back. That was the attitude I took. And then I remember what Buffett said. You got to learn to be a good loser in order for you to be a good winner. And that is something that I'm learning. And I think it's something we all need to learn. It's one thing to lose money. It's another thing to learn how to lose money. And learn how to learn from losing money so you don't lose like that again. Okay? That was just stupidity. That was just moving too quickly. I knew exactly what I wanted to do. My finger was on the button. I forgot to move it over. Because I'm so used to going long that my brain went by. I'm buying, but I'm shorting. I'm selling, I need to put a card up there that says, are you shorting or selling before every trade? So I don't make that mistake again until it's embedded in my head and I'm doing the right thing all the time, or most of the time. We're all going to make mistakes. And anybody who tells you they win all the time, I see all these people that put in the profit chat and they put in how much money they made. How many of them don't show you how much they lost? Listen, I lost $1,500 on Monday. I was up about $3,000-$4,000 and I lost $1,500. It happens. It shouldn't have happened, but it did. I won 18 days in a row, and then I lost 2-3 days in a row after that, and lost almost what I made in 18 days. It happens. It happens. Advanced experienced people in our group know how to buy. Yeah, that's right. Especially in pre-market. Okay, and you're right. You want to buy 15,000 shares. You just don't go in there and buy 15,000 shares. You might even buy 3,000 shares 5 times. But I also like to be in a position that I'm not blowing my whole account to do that. So if I'm going to buy 15,000 shares of a trade, I want to be able to know that if I had a cost average down, that I have enough shares to do that. So if 15,000 is really all I can afford, then I'd only go in 7,500, and I'd break that down to 2,500, 2,500, and 2,500. And then if I need the cost average down because it went the other way, and that's very risky business, because 90% of the time you might win back what you thought you were losing, but there is that 10% that you will get your ass nailed to a wall and you will lose twice as much. And that's why the books tell you don't cost average down, because it's risky business. I do it and I win most of the time, but when I lose, it hurts. It really hurts. I'm gonna go cry. Find me a rag to wipe my tears. And there's AMD just sitting there. It looks like it wants to break out. I might have 5 minutes. I'm not. Let's see, what am I on here? I have AMD up there too. usually what I want to do is I want to have this thing open. I don't need my, like this. Okay, I got a bigger thing. I can always change it down on my other, see I have it on another, another screen where I can just go to my watch list and make a change to change the stock. And it'll change it everywhere on any, when it moves. Right now it's like I'm stuck. There it is. Okay. Anybody have any questions? 327, I'm out of the market. I've been out of the market. I did one quick in and out just to show you can make money regardless of the amount. I made $7.50 today. But I was not going to trade today. Why? Because I was not set up with my TradeZero account to short. The shorts that I could have done, the only one that I could have done, that I would have done if I wasn't really doing what I'm doing live streaming, was AMD. Because AMD gave you an opportunity today. And if I go in right now and I make this a little bit, I bring the chart so you can look at it a little better. Let's go to 3 minute. I have to go a little more. I'll go to 5 minute. Okay, so now even 5 minutes. Wow, you can't see the whole day. How about 10 minutes? Okay, well, it doesn't break it down enough, but you can see we went down. This is another reason why people trade with the 5 minutes. I want to go back to the 5 minutes. So if you take expensive stocks like this, it's way different than the 1 minute, and you will see that you won't get stomped out as much. And if you stay in here and you were shorting, you might have got out there, but if you'd held on, it would have gone back. Well, you could have got out, would have went green, and jumped back in when it went red again. Okay, but you can see you have more opportunity. Okay, and if you look at the TTM scalper and then you follow just the scalper, okay, we knew in the beginning of the day AMD was going to drop because it was at a high. So if you had taken it down until the scalper came up, it might have been too late because it would have come on about here and you wouldn't have had much leeway. So you would have got out. You wouldn't have made anything. You wouldn't have lost anything. And then it says to get out, you would have had to get out about here. So you go down, you would have made. If you can see this type of a climb on a 5 minute and you follow it, you can make money. But if you look at it on a 1 minute, you may not see. And that's why a lot of these guys who have money go for the 5 minute, because you would get out more often when you see green turns to red, and it would happen more often opposed to looking at it on a 5 minute chart. So I agree with them that 5 minute chart is better, but I think it's better for higher price stocks. If you get into cheaper stocks that are under $10, $12, you're better off on a 1 minute. If it goes between $10 and $20, you might be able to use a 2 to 3 minute. But after that, you can go to a 5 minute or anything over that, and especially your higher cap stocks. And I think you won't get knocked out as much. You won't get as afraid that it's going to drop on you. You'll be watching it on a 5 minute, and you'll see the difference. And if you're not sure, you know what, and you're new at this, don't jump into this. Just try to paper trade it in your mind, where you go and you watch the chart and say, this is what I would do now, and write it down. And then this is where I'd get out on the 5 minute. And then look at the 1 minute, what you would have done, and you'll see it's way different. Anybody agree? Anybody find that to be helpful? Good. Somebody's here. Adrian, you still on the phone?
Yeah, I'm here.
So what do you think? I'm ready to almost to call it a day. My voice has come. My voice is gone. I wish I could take a pill and cure this stuff. We gotta stop.
When do you try drinking, like hot tea or just warm tea? Or...
Yeah, that's what I need to do. I need to just have it ready. I need a new cup that'll keep it warm like all day. Just tea with honey, just pure honey. It's the best. So I should keep a little honey in the room but I'm trying to lose weight. Honey is fattening. It's more natural than white sugar or brown sugar, so it dissolves better.
I was gonna say that. Yeah, you're right.
I used to be a beekeeper, so that's why I know a lot about honey. Honey, thank you. Sounds rational and common sense. And you know what? Sometimes being rational, common sense is what we need to do. Yeti, small cup with a handle. Yeti, small cup. Where's the Yeti? Yeti's my microphone. What's small cup and handle? Where are we looking? Which stock? Small cup and handle. Small cup with a handle. Yeti. Oh, I got you. Oh, Yeti cup. Yeah, that's right. I have a Yeti. I have this too, the Bubba. This is a Bubba cup. I do have a Yeti cup. It's on the other side. That's what I use for my water. I don't find the Bubba actually keeps it warmer the longest. But inside these cups, they have these little seals on the top, and the seals go bad. I need to just order new seals and put them in because they only last about 3 months. So you got to buy a package full of them. You don't have to know, like it's 12 meter, 18 millimeter, whatever the size the ring is. You could probably take the ring and go to a Home Depot and get them there and save a lot of money because it would be a lot cheaper than buying through these cup companies. But I've seen on eBay, I can buy a package for like $10. So with that, I think I've had it for today, folks. There's really not much more going on. I think I'm going to save my voice for my wife, so when she screams at me, I can scream back. My wife and I don't scream. We get along. She's my best friend. There's no reason to scream at your friends or fight with your loved ones. You know what? There's nothing in this world that's that important. Nothing. All I can say is, if you have God first, family second, then everything else will fall into place. That's the way I see it. And if you have an argument with that, take it up with Deck. Well, we're really not here to talk about politics, which I do, and we're not here to talk about religion, which I won't. For me, it's never about religion. It's always about relationship. So, that's what I learned. Amen. There I go. I got an amen. I love it. And I saved that, you sent me that thing before. I hope I didn't close it. That's with the Jonathan Cain. So I'm going to listen to that later. I can't play any music in the background while I'm taping because...
What is Jonathan? Who?
Jonathan Cain. I think he goes to a church. He's from Def Leppard or something like that. And he goes to play in a church with Brian Welch from Korn forming Don't Stop Believing. It may not be Christian. Oh, yeah, it was. It was the two men give a Christian testimony. But I'm going to listen to it later. Somebody gave it to me here in the room from Journey. Okay, not Def Leppard, Journey. Buddy? You mean like B-U-D-Y? Buddy. How you doing, Mel? And for those of you that do know, Mel has after hours at 4 p.m. and he does Mel's Garage, and I did make that up, and I've been promoting that since I made it up because he does a great job, and he's always out there promoting the right stocks for you guys, you know. And let's see. Just remember, Mel's Garage, after hours.
Right? There's earnings.
What's that?
There's actually earnings.
There's a couple of earnings. Yeah, after hours with Mel. One day he's going to open his own room, Index Room. I call it Mel's Garage. So for those of you who don't know, when you leave here at 4 o'clock, go over to Deck's room or listen to Living with Matt if he's still on. And Mel does all the, he finds all those stocks with the earnings and stocks that things are happening. He's got a bunch of good scanners set up. He's got different brokers, so he's got different tools, and he's able to put it out there quick enough where a lot of times I find most of the time more useful for me to wait till those stocks peak quickly and then to short them. That's what happened the other day. He hit the right stock. I went in to go into it and I hit the wrong button, and it cost me. But that was my mistake. But that's it. You can, be ready. If you got a good shorting capabilities, it's definitely something you can do. Once in a while, you can get in. If you get in quickly, you can get in and go long. But most of the time, I find it's easy for me to short the stocks that he puts up there. You just have to wait till you get the resistance point. And that's about it. I know it's 3:36 and we could go to 4, but I think I'm going to call it a day. I'll leave my streamer on for right now with AMD. Unless somebody has something else and I see it come up on the board, I will switch it over. I am watching. Probably go make some hot tea while I go over there. And with that, I'm just going to turn the microphone off, and I'm going to pause the stream so it won't be taping, but you will be able to see it, hopefully. All right?
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?